Chapter 2161. At that time, he might even be able to kill a peerless Almighty. Thinking of this, they sped up and ran away like crazy. And this news swept across like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the princes and Almighties knew about it. They were silent because, from the description, Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Even ordinary elite Almighties were no match for him. Only special elite Almighties or pinnacle Almighties could stand a chance against them. The eighth prince also received the news. When they knew that Lin Xian was not in danger for the time being, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard about Lin Xian's heaven-defying battle record, their scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. On the other side, the Golden Lion King roared furiously, shattering mountains and rivers as it charged towards Lin Xian. As for the third prince and the eldest prince, they gathered all their forces and prepared to attack. Dark Night King, it's up to you. The third prince looked at an old man in a black robe and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, third prince, I will bring that kid's head to you." The old man in a black robe merged into the void and disappeared. On the other side, the eldest prince looked at the young man and woman in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The two of you make your move. Remember, you must bring back the heavenly treasure. Hee, it's been a long time since I met such an interesting young man. I heard that he also has ice and fire attributes, but I don't know how he compares to us two siblings." The young man and woman sneered. Although they looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their real age was more than 1,000 years old. They were not young geniuses, but two elite Almighties. Moreover, they were the most terrifying elite Almighties because they had the power of bloodline. After receiving the order, the two of them moved and left quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian chased away a group of pursuers. Then he found a mountain range and set up a few formations. He was ready to go into seclusion. This was because he was going to use the dark crocodile's demonic blood to temper his body. At the same time, he was going to use some of the pills he got from the Dark Canyon. In short, he wanted to improve himself in all aspects. He knew that the upcoming battle would be even more intense and terrifying. Taking out a red pill, Lin Xian swallowed it in one gulp and began to refine it. At the same time, he entered the Black Earth. Inside, there was a crimson array set up by the dark red mystical dragon. It was specially set up for Lin Xian to refine demon blood. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and took out some demonic blood to refine his body. Needless to say, as an ancient demonic beast, the dark crocodile's blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. After Lin Xian used it, the muscles on his body instantly turned red, as if they were being burned by endless flames. He knew that this was the power of that powerful bloodline. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One could imagine how terrifying the dark crocodile was. Fortunately, he had only encountered a young crocodile. If he had encountered an adult crocodile, perhaps even a peerless powerhouse would not have been able to defeat it. In fact, it was still unknown whether an invincible king could be subdued. Everything was progressing quickly. 2 days later, the peace was broken. An earth-shattering sound came from outside as terrifying energy vibrations came. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian opened his eyes and asked, "Black Earth, what's going on?" "Someone is here." "Kid, do you want to make a move?" Just then, Lin Xian stood up. He had just consumed some pills and refined some demon blood. It was a good time to test its power. With that, Lin Xian took a step forward and left the Black Earth. Outside, more than 10 mountains were still split open. The ground was even more cracked and cracks appeared. It seemed that they had been attacked fiercely. Su Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. There stood an old man. The old man's face was pale, but his eyes were extremely sharp. On his black robe, there were star-like spots of light. "You're Lin Xian." The old man looked ahead and asked coldly, "That's right, I am. Who are you? Tell me your name. I won't kill nameless people." "Kid, you're really arrogant." The old man snorted coldly. Listen up, I'm the Dark Night King. I'm a top expert that the third prince invited. The treasure originally belonged to the third prince. Now hand it over obediently. The third prince again. Lin Xian frowned. Why? He doesn't dare to come himself, so he sent his underlings? But he really doesn't learn his lesson. Why did he only send you? Is he sending you to your death? I advise you to hurry up and go back. Call a few more people. Otherwise, you're no match for me alone. Kid, you're really arrogant. Hearing that, the Dark Night King's face darkened, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. You'll soon pay for your ignorance. The Dark Night King snorted coldly. Then he rushed up, and a black light screen instantly covered 1,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The sky darkened in an instant. Originally it was still daytime, but now it was incomparably dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The Dark Night King's figure also disappeared. Only a voice could be heard. Humph. Prepare to die after entering my Dark Night realm. Dark Night realm. Lin Xian frowned. What a strange king's realm. No wonder the old man dared to come alone. The Dark Night King's realm was very special. This was also the reason why the third prince had sent him. Once this realm appeared, the sky darkened and nothing could be seen. Even the soul power of a king was affected, and it was difficult to see clearly. In such a realm, one could only passively take a beating. Those with stronger defense would be fine, but those with weaker defense would not even know how they died. It could be said that the Dark Night King was extremely terrifying. His soul was also suppressed. Lin Xian probed for a moment and discovered that the scene was indeed similar to the Dark Canyon. Both of them had their soul force restricted. He couldn't probe too much. In that case, it would be difficult to find his opponent. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled up. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Kid, don't try to be brave. In my Dark Night realm, you can't use much power. Don't even think about finding my traces. Now enjoy your death. Whoosh! A ferocious voice sounded. At the same time, a terrifying black sword light pierced towards Lin Xian's feet. It was as if it was going to cut him in half. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged. That sword light slashed towards the void and then disappeared. He dodged it. Seeing that his attack missed, the Dark Night King was surprised. This shouldn't be. How could his opponent dodge so many attacks? Kid, I have to say that you're very lucky to be able to dodge my attack, but you won't be so lucky next time. Around Lin Xian, darkness surged, forming 18 black axes that mercilessly chopped down. Chapter 2162. Boom, boom, boom. However, this time he missed again. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in another direction. What? He dodged again. How could this be? The King of Darkness hid in the darkness and frowned when he saw this scene. How could his opponent be so lucky? Damn it, no wonder you can be so arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, this time, I'll make a move personally. Let's see if you can still dodge it. Whoosh! The King of Darkness charged forward silently. He was like a ghost without a trace of aura and without a trace of sound. In his dark night domain, he was the King of Darkness who ruled over everything. Nothing could go against him. Therefore, in an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand, and countless black auras appeared. They were like ghost claws that silently grabbed at Lin Xian's back. If he was caught, he would probably die immediately. Buzz! However, his palm stopped when it was less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Xian. He could no longer move forward. How could this be? The King of Darkness finally couldn't help but scream. His face was full of fear and disbelief, because he found that a hand had grabbed his palm, making it impossible for him to move forward. What? How could this be? The elder was stunned. How could the other party grab his palm? That meant that the other party had caught his trace. But this shouldn't be. This was his king domain, and he was the king here. No one could catch his trace. Only a peerless almighty would be able to do this. But was the other party a peerless almighty? The other party was only a 6-star king. How did he do it? Just as the Night Lord was lost in his thoughts, Lin Xian turned his head around. Boom! At the next moment, the King of Darkness was shocked. His pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost, because at this moment there were golden Taoist patterns on Lin Xian's eyes. They looked very mysterious. What kind of eyes were those? The King of Darkness was stunned. He had never seen such golden eyes before. It was too terrifying. The power it carried made his heart tremble. It was as if it could pierce through him with a glance. However, he was clearly hiding within his own king's domain. Your darkness domain is useless against me. Lin Xian sneered. Then he exerted force in his palm. Crack! Ah! In the next moment, the King of Darkness cried out in pain because his hand had been broken. Following this, countless traces of black aura flowed out of his body, and the darkness domain around him quickly moved forwards. Lin Xian sneered and let go of his hand. His figure appeared in another direction and dodged the attack. The King of the Dark Night also took this opportunity to retreat. His face was pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Dark Night domain around him provided him with energy, allowing his broken arm to recover. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had miscalculated. He had definitely miscalculated. His opponent had a pair of golden eyes that could see through his king's domain and clearly track his movements. This was something he had never imagined. His advantage was gone. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. However, as a terrifying elite almighty, he did not only have the advantage of hiding his tracks. Therefore, the King of Darkness did not escape. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. Kid, I admit that I have underestimated you. You are very powerful. But do you think that you can be arrogant just because of that? The King of Darkness snorted. My king's domain is not only useful for hiding my tracks. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura radiated from his body, and the king's domain around him trembled. Whoosh! The king of the underworld's body instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Whoosh! In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The long sword in his hand quickly pierced out. Boom! Lin Xian also raised his sword and slashed out. The two swords collided violently. However, the King of Darkness did not take it head-on. He swayed and disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of Lin Xian. Kid, speed is also my advantage. You can't keep up with my speed at all. His lips curled up into a cold smile. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. You want to compete with me in speed? Lin Xian sneered. He did not use the demigods and semi-devils. Instead, a terrifying icy aura surged out of his body. Boom! A wave of icy power spread out in all directions, covering an area of 100 miles. Ice domain. You're an ice-type martial artist. The King of Darkness was shocked. He quickly retreated because his body was covered in frost. He had no choice. The icy aura froze his power and slowed his speed. You can actually restrain my speed. The King of Darkness's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent to be an Ice King. The icy aura had greatly interfered with his speed. However, you're dead meat if you want to compete with my king's domain. The King of Darkness sneered again. He was an elite almighty. He was very powerful. His king's domain could easily shatter his opponent's domain. Thinking of this, he activated his Dark Night domain and attacked Lin Xian's blue world of frost. Boom! 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 The collision of the two's domains was extremely terrifying. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Who told you that my domain is an ice domain? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, A sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Immediately, the dragon sword spirit domain appeared and turned into a shocking sword light, slashing forward. At the same time, a monstrous, murderous aura spread out. He wasn't an ice-type martial artist. He had other domains. Seeing this, the King of Darkness was shocked. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying. With his strength, it could be said that he could easily kill an elite almighty, because no one could resist his Dark Knight domain. But now, not only did this kid have a pair of golden eyes that saw through his tracks, but he also used ice to suppress his speed. Now he had an extremely terrifying aura that he could not resist at all. Door of Darkness. At the critical moment, the King of Darkness roared. His Dark Knight domain began to tremble, forming two pitch-black doors in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the dragon's sword domain slammed into the Door of Darkness, creating a shocking collision. Crack! However, the Door of Darkness only lasted for a moment before it shattered. What? He's so powerful. The King of Darkness's scalp went numb. He did not expect that the other party could even break his Door of Darkness. Damn it, I don't believe it. The King of Darkness roared ferociously. The black aura on his body became thicker and covered his body. At this moment, the King of Darkness was like an unparalleled demon king. Soul of Darkness. The Dark Knight King roared, and a vertical black, demonic pattern appeared on his forehead. The moment the demonic mark appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an eye, extremely mysterious. The sky collapsed and shattered. It could not withstand it at all. Even Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 2163. However, in the next moment, he sneered and used his heavenly secret god eyes. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. They turned into mysterious runes. Buzz! A dark light shot out from the demonic runes on the King of Darkness's face and slashed forward. Soul ignition. Lin Xian's eyes were extremely cold. Countless mysterious runes started to spin in his right eye. Then, a ball of golden flames floated out from his eyes. Whoosh! Soon, the golden flame clashed with the black light and burned it to ashes. Not only that, the golden flame did not weaken and instantly engulfed the King of Darkness. Ah! 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 The King of Darkness screamed in agony. His body was distorted as he struggled in the air. However, after a few seconds, he stopped struggling. His eyes were empty as he fell to the ground. The Dark Knight domain around him also disappeared in an instant. Boom! His body landed on the ground and created a deep pit. Cracks started to spread around him. Lin Xian slowly descended and came to the King of Darkness's side. He checked his opponent again and heaved a sigh of relief. The King of Darkness's soul power had been completely destroyed. There was no chance of him surviving. What a terrifying attack! Even Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel that the King of Darkness was an elite almighty. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he could not stop the golden flame from burning. What was even stranger was that the King of Darkness did not have any injuries on his body. Only his soul was burned. What a terrifying, heavenly secret god eyes. He was shocked. Such a soul attack was impossible to defend against. This was a move that came with the heavenly secret god eyes. Lin Xian realized that as his strength increased, the heavenly secret god eyes would automatically display various powerful moves. This mysterious eye shocked Lin Xian. Even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon could not understand it. However, although this move was powerful, it consumed more than half of Lin Xian's soul power. It could be said that with Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. However, 2 or 3 times was enough. After all, this was a terrifying killing move, and Lin Xian was using it as a trump card. With a wave of his hand, he took the Dark Knight King's storage ring and left. Now that he had consumed a large amount of his soul force, he had to quickly replenish his soul force and recover to his peak state so that he could face the upcoming battle. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a lot of heavenly treasures in his hands, so he was able to concoct some pills that were specifically used to recover soul force. Half a day later, his soul force recovered. Whoosh! Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. Now, as long as he wasn't surrounded by dozens of adults, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, it was not without threat. The Golden Lion King was the biggest threat to him. Other than that, it was the third prince and the first prince. There had been no movement from the first prince's side, but the third prince had tried to kill him time and time again. He had even released the news, asking the whole world to attack him. This caused Lin Xian's killing intent to rise. He decided to kill the third prince. However, before Lin Xian could move, another two figures flew towards him. The two of them were very arrogant. They didn't hide anything at all. They released a powerful aura and rushed over. These two were experts. Only experts would dare to be so powerful and confident. "Young man, are you Lin Xian?" At this moment, a charming voice rang out. The two figures in the distance arrived in front of Lin Xian. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman. She was in her 20s. Her clothes fluttered and her movements were light. However, there was a faint icy blue light in her eyes. However, her tone didn't sound like a young man. Instead, it sounded like a high and mighty deity. On the other side, there was a handsome man in a blue robe. His face was also very young, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the rare treasure or die." Here it comes again. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He knew it. The Dark Night King couldn't be the only one who came. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me your names. Which prince sent you here?" "We're the first prince's men." The first prince was destined to be the crown prince. In the future, he would be the ruler of Tai Emperor's court. It was unwise to make an enemy of such a person. "How about this? If you hand over the rare treasure obediently and come back with us, the first prince might spare your life. It's not impossible for him to put you in an important position." The first prince's men. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the first prince couldn't wait to make a move. "You want my rare treasure?" "Sure, but let's see what you're capable of." Hundreds of sword qi surged from Lin Xian's body and circled in the air. "You dare to attack us? You're courting death." The man in blue, Spirit Fire King, snorted. "Kid, I heard that you have the dual attributes of ice and fire. Coincidentally, we siblings also have the attributes of ice and fire. Let's see if you have the capital to be arrogant or not." On the other side, the beautiful woman, Frost King, sneered. "Ice and fire attributes?" Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the two people in front of him again. Both of them have the attributes of ice and fire. What kind of special means do they have? They must be extraordinary, because ordinary ice and fire attributes couldn't compete with him. His ice and fire came from the legendary Cerberus of Hell. "Sister, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." He would bring his heavenly treasure and head to see the first prince. Spirit Fire King's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He charged toward Lin Xian with a fiery aura. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin Xian. He reached out his hand. This palm was vigorous and powerful. It was covered in flames, as if it was the palm of a fire god. It carried with it a monstrous power. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist. Hellfire rushed out and covered his fist. Boom! The two of them collided. The two flames surged in the air. The terrifying energy lit up the entire sky. Whoosh! 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 The sky was filled with flames. The red and black flames collided in the air. They were evenly matched. Spirit Fire King frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's flames to be able to compete with his. In the next moment, The flaming wings on his back vibrated. He returned to where he was standing. Interesting. The flames aren't weak. They're strange. No wonder you're so arrogant. Kid, I wanted to kill you for the first prince. But now, it seems like you have no choice but to die. Only by devouring your flames can I improve my cultivation. Spirit Fire King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. His cultivation technique was to devour different flames to purify his power. Now that he saw the flames on Lin Xian's body, he was naturally excited. He wanted to take them for himself. Me too. On the other side, Lord Tianchuang also stepped forward with a smile on her delicate face. I wonder what kind of ice attribute you have. Chapter 2164. Although she was beautiful, she was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Her attack was extremely powerful. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying ice appeared. Countless ice flashed under her feet. Then, a huge ice spear rose from the ground. Like an ice dragon, it pierced towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body flashed and retreated. However, the moment he moved, the surrounding ice energy enveloped him. His speed slowed down as he was enveloped by the icy aura. In the next moment, hellfire surged out from his body and blocked the ice. An ice-long sword appeared in his hand. Boom! He slashed out with his sword, slicing through the sky and slicing the world of ice before him in half. What a powerful ice energy! What a pure sword of ice! Lord Tianchuang smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, not bad. Kid, I didn't expect you to be full of treasures. Since that's the case, the two of us will take them. Humph! What, you think you can take me down? Lin Xian scoffed. The two of them had appeared as if they were in control of the situation. Did they really think that he could be taken advantage of? Kid, it seems like you don't understand the situation. If you fight us one-on-one, you might be able to fight us. However, we won't give you a chance. Don't worry. The two of us will give it our all. We won't give you any chance to escape. Although you didn't offend us, who asked you to have such a rare treasure and such a pure ice and fire attribute energy? Since you have treasures that don't belong to you, you deserve to die. After you die, we'll make good use of your energy. Lord Tianchuang smiled coldly. Buzz. Su Chen's face darkened as well. Cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He summoned the Dragon Sword Realm and enveloped Lord's spiritual fire. As for himself, he pulled out his demonic sword and charged towards Lord Tianchuang. How dare you attack me first? Kid, you've angered me. Lord Tianchuang laughed. However, the light in her eyes was extremely sharp. Boom! She slapped her palm out. Instantly, a blue ice palm was formed and charged towards Lin Xian. Pum! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the palm. However, the surrounding icy aura enveloped him. Then, countless frost formed and froze him in midair. It's useless. The entire space is within my attack range. Seeing that his opponent was frozen, Frost King smiled. I have to say you're really too weak. You can't even take a single move from me. Boom! However, just as she finished speaking, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded into pieces. Then, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body glowed brightly, and he didn't suffer any frostbite at all. Had it been broken? He hadn't been affected at all. How could this be? Seeing this, Frost King frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Even though his opponent was also an Ice King, he was very confident in his own ice energy. Even if the other party wasn't injured, they would still be affected. But now, the light on the other party's body was resplendent. It was clear that he hadn't received any damage at all. How could this brat's physique be so strong? King Tianchuang frowned. What he didn't know was that Lin Xian had just used the immemorial demonic blood to refine his body. Naturally, his physique was extremely strong. Although his opponent's ice energy was terrifying, it didn't have much effect on him. Lin Xian was delighted. His physique was obviously much stronger than before. This was the effect of the immemorial demonic blood, as expected of an immemorial demonic beast. The power of its bloodline was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes glowed as he smiled. Whoosh! He used the demonic 8 parts and charged towards his opponent. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the power of ice? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying ice energy that froze the surroundings. The entire space turned into a world of ice and snow. You're not qualified to use ice in front of me. Frost King snorted coldly. Countless amounts of ice surged out of his body. The two's ice energy clashed in the air. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Ice Piercer. He stabbed out with his sword. The blue sword light pierced through the void and sliced the entire space in half. Boom! The world of ice and snow that Frost King had created was split apart by the sword. What a powerful sword chi! Frost King's face turned pale as he hurriedly dodged. However, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand shone brighter and brighter. Then it turned into a curtain of swords that covered the entire sky. Finally, 3 streaks of sword chi hit Frost King. Clang! 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 Even though it had hit the armor, Frost King was still sent flying. Frost King's face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The blood in her body was chaotic. She didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful that it could injure her. Boom! At this moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion behind her. Then, a sea of fire flew and blew away the dragon's sword realm. Kid, do you think you can trap me with a small realm? How naive! Spiritual Fire King laughed coldly. Flames danced on his body as if he was the fire god. His eyes were sharp. Lin Xian's face darkened. He waved his hand, and the dragon's sword realm appeared beside him, emitting countless streaks of sword chi. After Spiritual Fire King came out, he looked into the distance. However, when he saw that Frost King was injured and her face was pale, his face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Sister, you're injured, Spiritual Fire King exclaimed. Then he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Damn kid! How dare you injure my sister? I'll tear you into pieces. You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Blood-red sword runes appeared under his feet. The demon-slaying sword array rushed up and covered the ground. Then the immemorial shadow appeared. The huge black body crushed the void as if it was going to crush Spiritual Fire King into a bloody mist. This immemorial demon soul had been refined by Lin Xian using the immemorial demon blood not long ago. Its power had increased once again. It was terrifying. It was as if a real immemorial demon beast had been revived. Its terrifying power crushed the void. Even the elites wouldn't dare to go against it. Not good. The Spirit Fire King was startled when he saw the ancient phantom, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying ultimate move, especially the aura of the primordial phantom, which made him shudder with fear. In the next moment, flames surged out of his body and formed a red lotus. It kept expanding in front of him. It was as heavy as a mountain. Boom! 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 Then the immemorial shadow crashed into the red lotus. Heaven and earth shook. There was a huge explosion in the void. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Initially, Frost King wanted to charge over. However, when she sensed the energy storm, she retreated as well. Chapter 2165. His entire body kept retreating, creating a black hole in the void. Damn it! How is this kid so strong? Spirit Fire King steadied himself with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that other than the power of ice and fire, his opponent would also have such a terrifying, archaic shadow. It seemed that he had to be careful of his attacks. Spirit Fire King formed a hand seal and a fiery red armor covered his body. He looked forward again. What a dense fire aura! Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched as he looked ahead. He realized that the flame battle armor was no ordinary item. It should be a top-tier, Earth-grade treasure. His opponent was indeed not an ordinary almighty. He actually had a top-tier treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted. The dragon's sword soul in his body circulated, and the dragon's sword domain trembled rapidly. Then countless sword chi flew out like meteors in the sky, all of them blasting forward. It's useless. My armor is a top-tier Earth-grade one. You can't break through my defense. Spirit Fire King sneered. Hand over the heavenly treasure obediently, or you'll die. Spirit Fire King then slapped his palms, and a monstrous sea of fire spread out, covering the entire sky. Go to hell, brat. At this moment, Frost King also charged over. The brother and sister didn't care about the rules of heaven and earth. They decided to work together to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Frost King also unleashed a terrifying amount of ice power. It transformed into a giant ice snake in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Boom! 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 The battle was very intense, and the surrounding space trembled violently. This phenomenon naturally attracted many almighty kings. They had been frantically looking for Lin Xian, and now they were wandering around every corner of the secondary space. Naturally, they had to come and watch a battle of this level. What a terrifying aura! Who is fighting? This is the power of fire and ice. Is it the brother and sister of the first prince? Spirit Fire King and Frost King. They were both experts among the elites. When the brother and sister joined forces, they were incomparably terrifying. They could fight against top-notch experts. Who exactly was it that was contending against them? Was it the third prince's men or the eighth prince's? The people in the distance were discussing spiritedly. However, they only dared to watch from 10,000 miles away. They didn't dare to come closer. This was because the area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely covered by a monstrous sea of fire and terrifying frost. What? It's him. At this moment, a middle-aged man's eyes emitted a black light that pierced through the void. He saw the situation inside and exclaimed, "What's wrong, old Fong? Who did you see?" The person next to him asked. Lin Xian was Lin Xian's son. The middle-aged man explained the situation. It was that brat. It was really him. A pair of worn-out iron shoes searching for nothing, only to find it by chance without any effort. An old man laughed loudly while the others were shocked. Although they had found Lin Xian's whereabouts, the current situation was not optimistic. Even an idiot could tell that Spirit Fire King and Frost King were fighting for the treasures. If these two kings succeeded, it would be difficult for them to do anything else. However, they didn't dare to snatch it now. After all, Spirit Fire King and Frost King could defeat them if they joined forces. Hence, they could only watch from afar. But soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't at a disadvantage against these two powerful kings. Instead, he was getting stronger and stronger. Heavens, where did this brat come from? His combat strength was too terrifying. Many kings swallowed their saliva. In the distance, Spiritual Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces darkened as well. Both of them were elite almighties, and their expressions could fight against pinnacle almighties. But now, even after joining forces, they couldn't take down a brat. This gave them a surreal feeling. How could this brat be so strong? Their faces turned ugly as they attacked even more crazily. Damned brat, go to hell! The Spiritual Fire King roared in anger. When he opened and closed his eyes, terrifying flames overflowed. On the other side, Frost King was also terrifying. She waved her hand, and the ice domain around her froze the entire area. Lin Xian was even more valiant. His eyes were terrifying, and his sword chi was overwhelming. He opened the dragon's sword domain, and the terrifying sword chi turned into giant dragons that swept across the sky. The demonic sword in his hand became hundreds of feet long. Every time it slashed down, it would destroy a part of the world. Boom! 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 At this moment, Lin Xian displayed his powerful combat strength against the two elite kings. Thousands of miles ahead, energy rumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked and dumbfounded. Although they were here to capture Lin Xian, they couldn't help but admit that Lin Xian was too strong. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a combo attack. One move would probably turn them into a bloody mist. But now, Lin Xian was still not at a disadvantage after exchanging hundreds of moves with them. How powerful and heaven-defying was that? No, Spirit Fire King and Frost King haven't used their full strength yet. I remember that they both have bloodline power. An elder's eyes flashed as he spoke. That was indeed the case. The others nodded. They had naturally heard of the power of the siblings. Their bloodline power would increase their combat strength by several times. If they used it, Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! 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 Another intense collision. Lin Xian turned into a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand slashed forward, clashing with the terrifying world of fire and ice. Then, the three of them separated and stood in three different directions. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn, and his body was filled with killing intent. On the other side, Spirit Fire King and Frost King's faces were terrifyingly dark. They didn't expect a brat to be so troublesome. Even when they worked together, they couldn't do anything. Some of the sword wounds on their bodies were caused by Lin Xian. They were still in pain and couldn't heal at all. Brother, don't hold back. Use your bloodline power. We have to take down this brat quickly. I feel that he's too evil. Frost King gritted his teeth and said, "All right." Spirit Fire King nodded solemnly. Then the flames in his eyes shone even brighter. "Brat, you should be proud that you made us use our bloodline power." Then a flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. Then the blood in his body rumbled as he quickly used his bloodline power. Bloodline power. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. No wonder. This pair of siblings actually possessed the power of bloodlines. They were indeed terrifying. Only he was strong enough to fight them. If it were another elite, he would have been killed long ago. Boom! Spirit Fire Bloodline. Chapter 2166. Flame runes flashed around his body. Each of them was mysterious and emitted a terrifying power. On the other side, Frost King also used her bloodline. A blue snowflake appeared between her eyebrows, and the power of ice in her body became even more terrifying. Even the kings who were watching from afar were trembling, and their faces were pale. This aura was twice as strong as before. Everyone was shocked. This bloodline power was too terrifying. It could actually multiply one's attacks. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. That's right. Unless he also has bloodline power, he won't be able to fight back. What a pity. The treasure will belong to the first prince. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people thought that Lin Xian couldn't fight against Spirit Fire King and Frost King, who had used their bloodline power. Go to hell, brat. Spirit Fire King roared and punched out. The terrifying fist tore through the void and smashed towards Lin Xian. Whoa! Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless hellfire gathered, forming a huge flaming door in front of him. Pum! However, in the next moment, the flaming door was smashed into pieces by the fist. Lin Xian stepped forward and used demonic dragonate parts to dodge the terrifying fist. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. Spirit Fire King's voice was cold. You have no chance of fighting back after using your bloodline power. Kid, this is the difference between us. With bloodline power, we are the favorites of heaven and earth. We are invincible. Frost King also attacked mercilessly. She was like an ice queen who wanted to suppress everything in the world. In her jade-like hand, ice formed on her body, and she waved it forward. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, cold wind blew, and the air was filled with a terrifying, icy aura. In the sky, Lin Xian's sword qi was all frozen, and then fell to the ground, creating countless craters. This is the difference between us. Your attacks are completely useless against the power of our bloodline. Unless you have bloodline power, you have no right to fight against us. Spirit Fire King snorted. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't have the power of a bloodline, but what I have, you don't have either. At this point, he let out an angry roar. The great dragon sword spirit in his body suddenly erupted. Then, a sharp sword wave surged from his body, connecting heaven and earth, and spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's aura also became incomparably strong in an instant. So powerful. This guy's strength had also increased. How could this be? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? The mighty figures in the distance were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King sensed the change in aura. Their pupils shrank as well. Stronger, the other party's aura had also become stronger. Just like them, he had become incomparably powerful, far stronger than before. But how was that possible? They had become stronger because of their bloodline power. When they unleashed their bloodline power, their battle prowess would increase exponentially. However, what right did the other party have? The other party did not possess any bloodline power. So how could his battle prowess have increased? They simply could not understand. If you can't figure it out, then go to hell and figure it out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung his sword, and a terrifying flaming sword slashed down crazily. At the same time, his palm moved, and a thunderous palm slapped towards Frost King. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. Boom! 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 Spiritual Fire King and Frost King counterattacked, resisting the terrifying sword qi and thunderous palm. Then they roared, Damn brat, go to hell! The two of them were really angry. Could it be that they couldn't defeat the other party after unleashing their bloodline power? They didn't believe it, so they attacked fiercely. Their fists were extremely red. This was the terrifying bloodline power. Together with the towering flames, it was definitely terrifying. Boom! The fist was like a sun that appeared in the sky. On the other side, Frost King also struck out with her jade-like hand. Her jade-like hand contained a terrifying bloodline power. It was like the hand of the ice goddess. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Lin Xian had completely exploded. He held the sword in one hand and slashed towards Spiritual Fire King. His other hand was clenched into a fist and punched towards Frost King. Boom! The sword qi slashed open the fiery fist, and Lin Xian's fist pushed back the icy palm. When the people saw this scene, they were all stunned. Some of the older generation people even exclaimed, Heavens, isn't his physique a little too strong? He dares to fight against an expert with bloodline power barehanded, and he's not even injured. How did he do it? I've only seen such a physique on the Golden Lion King. But the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. Where did this brat come from? These people were all crazy. The craziest ones were Spiritual Fire King and Frost King. They had unleashed their bloodline power and were originally confident that they could crush the other party with a raise of their hands. The other party didn't expect that they couldn't suppress the other party. In fact, they were even suppressed by the other party. This drove them crazy. Damn it! Fire Spirit Divine Fist. Spiritual Fire King roared. His fists surged crazily, and like meteors they smashed forward. Frost Seal. Between heaven and earth, the air was filled with icy aura. Then a mysterious palm fell from the sky, holding an ancient seal and suppressed Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, there would be clanging sounds, and the space was completely frozen. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were really angry. At this moment, not only did they unleash their bloodline power, but they also unleashed powerful martial skills. Kill! Lin Xian roared as well, and his killing intense sword. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the fiery sword Qi gathered, and a black sword light swept across the world. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian's Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword had improved, and it was much stronger than before. Therefore, when he unleashed it now, the weather changed. Boom! 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 After an intense collision, Spiritual Fire King roared. He was hit by 2 sword Qis and blood gushed out. There was even a place where his bones were exposed. He couldn't believe it. The other party's sword Qi was too terrifying, and it made his soul tremble. On the other side, Frost King was also hit by a sword Qi. She was sent flying and she vomited blood. Her delicate face turned incomparably pale. Lin Xian quickly unleashed the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword to fight with the other 2. He didn't have any other moves, because he wanted to improve his sword skills in such an extreme battle. After all, the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword was a heaven-class sword skill, and it was hard to cultivate normally. Spiritual Fire King and Frost King were rare opponents, so he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Boom! Chapter 2167. The Chaotic Sky Destroyer sword in his hand was even more powerful. Lord Tianquang and Lord Spiritual Fire roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Just then, Lord Spiritual Fire released 400 streaks of sword light. Each of them was filled with chaotic sword Qi. Ah! Lord Spiritual Fire roared and waved his hands. His bloodline power exploded and turned into a sea of red fire, blocking the 400 streaks of sword light. At the same time, he retreated quickly. After pushing Lord Spiritual Fire back, Lin Xian used Demonic Dragon's 8 parts and appeared in front of Lord Tianquang. He slashed down with his demonic sword. Streaks of chaotic sword Qi fell from the sky. Boom! 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 It was as if countless dragons were flying down from the sky. They broke through the void and pressed down on Lord Tianquang. Lord Tianquang's face changed instantly. Her delicate face became ferocious. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that she could not react in time. It was impossible for her to escape now. She gritted her teeth and activated her bloodline power, preparing to fight back. Ice God's Wall. Heaven Frost King quickly formed a seal. The ice field vibrated and formed 8 blue ice walls around her. Each one was hundreds of feet tall and towered into the sky. The 8 blue ice walls shone with runes and gave off a mysterious aura. The 8 ice walls were like mysterious ice mountains. They blocked in front of Lord Tianquang and surrounded her. After using this mystique, Lord Tianquang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an ice armor appeared on her body. She did not believe that Lin Xian could break through her ice god's wall. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying demonic sword landed on the ice walls. Suddenly, the ground shook and a cold wind blew. Frost started to fall from the sky. Crack! 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 Cracks began to appear on one of the gigantic ice walls. The cracks quickly spread until the entire ice wall was completely cracked. Then it exploded with a loud bang. No! Lord Tianquang roared and spat out blood again. She was hurt by this attack and was sent flying. However, she waved her hand and the remaining 7 ice walls started to spin again. However, she had underestimated Lin Xian's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had appeared beside her, so the ice wall had lost its effect. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Spirit Fire King in the distance roared and rushed over madly. He had already healed his injuries, but he did not expect that his sister would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. "Brat, if you dare to touch my sister, I'll tear you to shreds." Pum! However, just as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Xian's hand fell at the same time. Instantly, the attack landed on Frost King's stomach. Frost King spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. Her delicate body was like a shooting star, smashing down heavily. Boom! Boom! Dust rose from the great earth below, the great earth cracking apart. For 1,000 li-long cracks appeared, and they were still continuously extending. The pupils of the King Almighty's thousands of miles away shrank when they saw this scene, and all of them were extremely terrified. To be honest, they had never dreamed that such a scene would occur. This was because they knew how terrifying Frost King and the Spirit Fire King with their bloodline powers were. However, Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations and understanding. "Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." The Spirit Fire King roared madly. This was because he realized that Lin Xian had sent his sister flying. He rushed over madly, his eyes red, and his body filled with killing intent. It turned into a killing sword, piercing through the surroundings. Boom! Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. At this moment, the sword light in Lin Xian's hand suddenly exploded. He had used the first killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Boom! A huge sword chi descended from the sky and struck Spirit Fire King's body, sending him flying. The armor on his body shattered instantly, and a terrifying sword mark appeared in front of him, almost cutting him in half. The spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was quickly sucked out like water. He did not expect that the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword would consume so much energy. Especially this killing move, it had used up 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Whoosh! He sucked hard, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 10,000 miles quickly gathered towards him. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. Even the Almighty Kings were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. 5,000 miles away, the Spirit Fire King stopped and roared into the sky. His body was almost cut in half. His body was a blur, and blood flowed wildly. The mountains and rivers below were also destroyed, mercilessly. Shock, fear, humiliation, anger, and all sorts of emotions revolved in the Spirit Fire King's heart, making him crazy. In the next moment, he took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he used his cultivation technique to temporarily suppress his injuries, and the bloodline power in his body burst out. Crazy, he had really gone crazy. No matter what price he had to pay, he would kill his opponent today. Therefore, in the next moment, fierce flames erupted from his eyes, burning fiercely. Boom! On the other side, a figure quickly flew up from the ground. It was the Frost King. She had been hit by Lin Xian earlier, and there were 3 sword holes on her body. Although she had temporarily suppressed her injuries, her hair was disheveled, and she was in a sorry state. "You are the first person to force us into such a desperate situation." The Spirit Fire King gritted his teeth, and his voice was filled with killing intent. "However, it is impossible for you to kill us." As he spoke, he flew closer and closer to Frost King. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. The powerful kings in the distance were also confused. What was going on? The Frost King and the Spirit Fire King still wanted to fight? But this should not be the case. They were both heavily injured, and it seemed like they could not even use half of their combat strength. How could they be Lin Xian's match in such a situation? After all, they could not even defeat him when they were at their peak. Now that they were heavily injured, how could they turn the tables? Why was he not running away? They could not understand. Could it be that he still had some trump cards? That's right, they still had some trump cards. Soon these people were stunned. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King were close to each other, and their bloodline powers were beginning to merge. Kid, I will let you see our final killing move. No one can stop our final killing move, and you are no exception. You will be killed. I will use your blood to wash away the humiliation we have suffered. The Spirit Fire King and the Frost King gritted their teeth, and their bloodline powers quickly exploded, merging in the air. Buzz! Their king domains intertwined in the air, and the power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura exploded. Chapter 2168. Buzz! Their king domains intertwined in the sky. The power of ice and fire quickly gathered, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. What? Ice and fire fused? Their bloodline powers were actually able to fuse. In the distance, the King Realm experts were stunned. What was going on? It was impossible. Ice and fire were two completely opposite powers. How could they fuse together? But now it was happening in front of them. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his eyes flickered. He did not expect the other party to possess such ability, but soon after he sneered. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. He had the hellfire and sea god's ice, but he could only let them coexist. He could not fuse them, but the two in front of him could fuse them together. They must have some secret technique. If he could get it, he might be able to increase the power of his ice and fire. In front of him, the two's aura burst out again. Their bloodline powers had finished fusing. An ice and fire domain circled in the sky, releasing a terrifying power. Brat, take our strongest attack. Ice and fire! Spirit Fire King and Frost King roared as they attacked together. Their king domains quickly slashed out a beam of ice and fire. A mysterious power surged. It was both cold and hot. The two completely opposite auras merged into one. It was like a beam of divine light descending from the sky towards Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. Even the King Realm experts, thousands of miles away, knelt on the ground. They could not take it. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He too felt a great threat. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed out the chaotic sky, destroyer sword again. Demon Seal. It was the same killer move as before. This time, Lin Xian was even more familiar with it. Countless sword chi flashed and formed a huge net. It seemed to be able to seal the world. Boom! The two collided. But in the end, the chaotic sky destroyer sword was stronger and sealed the beam of ice and fire. It could actually seal it. This was impossible. What kind of sword technique was he using? How could it be stronger than our combined attack? Spirit Fire King and Frost King were both stunned. They didn't dare to look at him. This was their strongest trump card, a powerful killing move formed by the fusion of their bloodlines. Even pinnacle mighty figures couldn't resist it. However, the other party actually managed to block it. What kind of swordsmanship was that? They had no chance to find out because Lin Xian had sealed the light of ice and fire. Then he stretched out his palms and turned them into two green dragons. In an instant, Spirit Fire King and Frost King were bound and sealed. Loud and clear dragon roars were heard. Spirit Fire Emperor and Frost Emperor's faces were ashen. They did not have much energy left. There was no way he could withstand Lin Xian's attacks. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that although they were bound, the other party did not take their lives. What was going on? The two of them couldn't understand. But in the next moment, the world spun and they fainted. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian sealed the two of them, knocked them unconscious, and threw them into the black earth. He didn't kill them immediately because he had his own plans. These two people were still useful to him, so he kept them for now. What's going on? What about Spirit Fire King and Frost King? Could it be that they were killed? The people in the distance were shocked because Lin Xian's movements were too fast. Many of them didn't see it clearly. However, thinking about it, they were probably dead. With Lin Xian's terrifying means, the two of them would definitely be killed. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around and looked around coldly. Then he said in a deep voice, "What? You want to attack me too?" There was a trace of cold, killing intent in his voice. Instantly, the kings who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva and felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even ran away. What a joke! Who would dare to attack him? Didn't they see that the powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were defeated? Making a move against him now was truly an act of seeking death. In an instant, everyone left and didn't dare to get close. However, some of them secretly called for more people. Although they couldn't defeat him, they didn't believe that he was invincible with more than 10 or 20 of them attacking together. However, these people had all left quietly and no one dared to appear in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and left in a flash. However, the news of this battle spread like wildfire. Those princes who weren't here heard about it, and all of them gasped. They didn't even believe it. They knew how powerful Spirit Fire King and Frost King were. How could they be defeated? However, as more and more people spread the news, they had no choice but to believe it. Damn it! When the first prince heard about it, he was furious. He roared in anger. He didn't expect that his two elite subordinates couldn't defeat Lin Xian even when they worked together. It was really unexpected. Damn it! Where was the Golden Lion King? He told him about Lin Xian and asked the Golden Lion King to kill him. On the other side, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others had all heard about it. The eighth prince was naturally happy. He then led his men to the location of the battle. The third prince's face was gloomy. Even Spirit Fire King and Frost King had been defeated. The Dark King that he sent must have been killed. Damn brat, looks like I have to do it myself. The third prince also decided to lead a large group of people to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight against his entire team. However, when they arrived, they found that Lin Xian had already left. This made them go crazy. However, the third prince believed that Lin Xian couldn't have escaped far. Therefore, they started a crazy search in the surrounding 100,000 miles. The Golden Lion King also arrived. He descended like a god of war. He then looked at the battlefield and snorted. "Brat, you can't escape." He then flew into the sky and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian had already left. He found a mountain range and hid. Then he entered the Black Earth. In front of the third prince were two powerhouses who were tied up. Lin Xian sneered and walked over. Spirit Fire King and Frost King had already woken up. When they saw Lin Xian walking towards them, they screamed, "Damn brat, let us go. You dare to touch us? You're dead. You still dare to threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you don't understand your situation." He looked at the two of them, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. "What do you want?" The two of them felt their hair stand on end. "What do I want?" Lin Xian sneered. "You came to kill me. What do you think I want? Naturally, I'll kill you." Chapter 2169. Why? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Also, let me tell you something. I'm very interested in your fusion of ice and fire. What? Hearing this, the two's pupils shrank. "Damn brat, you dare to target us?" They were furious. Previously, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and steal Lin Xian's energy. They did not expect that not only did they fail, but they also became prey. How ironic. "Dream on, we won't tell you." Frost King snorted. "I don't need you to tell me. I'll get it myself." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Your eyes. When Spirit Fire King and Frost King saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. In the next moment, they screamed and their eyes became blurry. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, he retracted his gaze. Plop! The two in front of him fell down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. He waved his hand and hellfire appeared, burning the two to ashes. In the following time, he began to study the fusion of ice and fire. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and a strange energy appeared in his hand. Lin Xian was delighted. He looked at the ball of fire and ice in his hand and smiled. Ever since he was strengthened by hellfire and ice, he could not fuse his heart. But now it seemed that he had succeeded again. The energy after the fusion of ice and fire had multiplied. It had completely surpassed the power of hellfire and sea god's ice. "Brat, the 8th prince's men are here." At this moment, He too reminded him. The 8th prince had finally found his way here. Lin Xian raised his head. He was not surprised that the 8th prince could find him, because he still had 3 trump jade tokens in his possession. They could form a weak connection with the 8th prince. He thought that the 8th prince would find him sooner or later. Moreover, he had not moved for the past 3 days. "Little Lin, be careful. I wonder what the 8th prince's attitude is." At the side, the dark red divine dragon reminded him. "According to my deduction, the 8th prince is not a person who is greedy for treasures. His main goal should be to become the crown prince. Therefore, I guessed that he wouldn't do anything to me. Instead, he would protect me." Lin Xian's guess was correct. When he left the Black Earth and went outside to meet up with the 8th prince and the others, Lin Xian was shocked. The 8th prince was overjoyed. Then he quickly expressed his intentions. He decided to protect Lin Xian with all his might. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Don't worry, 8th prince, with me here, you will definitely become the crown prince. Brother Lin, do you have any good plans?" The 8th prince asked. He had also heard of Lin Xian's battle achievements. This was definitely a formidable battle strength. With Lin Xian's support, the position of crown prince was just around the corner. The mighty figures around the 8th prince, including Taoist Long and Lord of the Underworld, were all looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. They were nervous. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful when he first came in, he was still lacking compared to the elite mighty figures. At that time, they did not take a young junior seriously. But now, in less than a month, which was more than 20 days, Lin Xian's cultivation had soared. He had far surpassed them. This made them very emotional. They also knew that a peerless genius like Lin Xian was definitely rare. Perhaps only someone like the Golden Lion King could be compared to him. Moreover, there were historical records of such a freak in ancient times. In ancient times, there was someone who became a saint at the age of 30 and became an unparalleled saint. There was someone who created a supreme sword technique in his 20s. There was an even more heaven-defying legend. There was someone who established a sect at the age of 18, and his strength was boundless. Time was not a limit for the peerless geniuses. Those peerless geniuses were often able to stand out when they were young and reach heights that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. There was no doubt that Lin Xian was also such a freak. Lin Xian naturally did not know what these people were thinking. After hearing the 8th prince's words, he thought for a while and said, "I have decided to take action against the 3rd prince." "Take action against the 3rd prince." Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned. The mighty figures behind him were also shocked. If they were in Lin Xian's shoes, they would probably take the safer approach to protect themselves. However, Lin Xian wanted to take the initiative to attack the other princes. Moreover, Lin Xian chose one of the 3 strongest princes. "I have 2 reasons," Lin Xian explained. "First, it is my own reason. The 3rd prince has tried to kill me many times and even spread the news to make everyone my enemy. Since he is trying to get rid of me, it is impossible for me not to be angry and not take action against him. Moreover, in the battle for the position of crown prince, your main opponents are the 3rd prince and the 1st prince. The other princes are not a threat to you. As for the 1st prince and the 3rd prince, the 1st prince is the strongest. Therefore, if you want the position of crown prince, you have to take action against the 3rd prince. Only by taking care of the 3rd prince will you be qualified to challenge the 1st prince." "Yes, that is what I am thinking." The eighth prince closed the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. Then, I will take action against the third prince. I think you should know that all of us princes have trump cards that can save our lives. In other words, when our lives are threatened, we will be automatically teleported out. Although we will not be killed in the end, we will lose the battle for the position of crown prince. Therefore, when you attack, do your best to attack the third prince. As long as he is eliminated, we will win. Of course, they will also attack me crazily. So, you must be very careful. The eighth prince said in a deep voice. Next, Daoist Long and the other mighty figures began to analyze the battle. Who would defend, who would attack, and who would sneak attack? These were all things that needed to be discussed. At the very least, they could not act like headless flies. Needless to say, the main attacker was Lin Xian, together with the other powerful mighty figures. These mighty figures either had extremely violent attributes such as lightning and fire, or had powerful attacks such as swordsmen and sabermen. The main defender was represented by Daoist Long. The rest of the mighty figures had ice, earth, water, and other defensive attributes. In other words, they had supreme defensive artifacts. They wanted to protect the eighth prince as much as possible. The sneak attack was mainly done by the Lord of the Underworld. This kind of assassination, dark, and speed-type mighty figures were listed as the main force of the sneak attack. In addition, there were also formations, soul attacks, and demonic beasts. Since they had discussed the grouping, they decided to take action. However, these people did not plan to take the initiative to look for them. They decided to use Lin Xian to lure out the third prince and the others. They would wait at ease. Lin Xian naturally agreed to this suggestion. After they had set up the formation, Lin Xian went out. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 2170. After they finished setting up the formation, Lin Xian made his move. He came to the outside world to attract everyone's attention, especially the third prince's men. Boom! As soon as Lin Xian came out, he raised his hand and tore apart dozens of mountains and a few rivers. He even sent 3 almighties flying. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. Damn it, it's that kid. He's here again. Quickly report to the third prince. We can't let him escape again. Many figures flashed quickly. They didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they called for reinforcements. After knowing Lin Xian's combat strength, no one dared to fight with Lin Xian alone. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Lin Xian floated in the sky and formed an ice bow in his hands. One after another, frost arrows shot out and exploded in all directions. Instantly, the kings who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all destroyed. Only one person was left. That person was the third prince's man. That person escaped quickly, like a shooting star. He even used a secret technique to cover his body with blood to increase his speed. The third prince, a bloody light, descended from the sky and rushed into a valley. The third prince and his men were in the valley. At this moment, they were resting and adjusting to their peak condition. However, the voice in the sky woke them up. In the next moment, the third prince and the dozen almighties around him opened their eyes. What's going on? The third prince stood up and asked in a deep voice. The bloody lightning rushed into the valley and turned into an almighty. He quickly said, Third prince, that kid Lin Xian has appeared. He's killing people everywhere. He's here. That's great. The third prince was overjoyed. The other almighties also stood up. Let's go. The third prince waved his hand, and the almighties all rose into the sky and flew into the distance. On the other side, Lin Xian floated in the sky and created some huge commotion from time to time. Soon he squinted his eyes because he realized that there were more than 10 rays of light in the distance. They were like rainbows that were rushing toward him. They're here. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Naturally, he could clearly see the figures in front of him. It was the third prince's team. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. Behind him, the The third prince and the others roared madly when they saw this scene. "Stop him quickly, don't let him escape." Whoa. At this moment, a grand cultivator in a green robe raised his hand and threw out 9 green flags. They covered the sky and locked onto an area. Boom! Lin Xian was also sealed in that space. Boom! However, in the next moment, the space shattered and the 9 green flags flew out. Lin Xian's figure flickered again, leaving that place. Behind them, the third prince and the others were chasing after them. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. One. Among them, 3 mighty figures who were proficient in speed burst forth instantly. They tore through the void and appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant, blocking his path. The third prince and the other mighty figures behind him also caught up and cut off his escape route. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. "Let's see where you can run to." Those mighty figures sneered. The third prince also walked out. "Hand over the rare treasure obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for death." Humph! Lin Xian turned around. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. "I finally lured you guys out." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, the third prince frowned. The other mighty figures' expressions also changed. Could it be a trap? Boom! As soon as that thought came to their minds, countless rays of light suddenly lit up in all directions, forming a formation that enveloped all of them. Then, more than 10 figures flew over from the mountain range in the distance. They arrived in the void and looked ahead, laughing loudly. "Eighth brother, it's you guys!" The third prince looked around with a gloomy face. That's right, those people were the 8th prince and the others. Lin Xian had lured them into the trap and then stopped, resulting in the previous scene. "That's right, third brother, it's me. It's time to put an end to this." The 8th prince said in a deep voice. You? You want to fight with me? You're still not good enough." The third prince snorted. Although the 8th prince's strength was on par with his, and they were both first-tier princes, he was confident that he could defeat the 8th prince and the others. His biggest target should be the first prince. "Eighth brother, take your men and get lost. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you early." I should be the one saying that to you. The 8th prince's expression gradually became serious. "I'll eliminate you today. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with my boss. Who do you think you are? How dare you eliminate me?" The third prince sneered in disdain. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A terrifying aura surged from the third prince's body. Then, a dragon-shaped shadow wrapped around his body. The mighty figures around him also exuded a powerful aura. In the grand imperial hall, the royal family elders exclaimed when they saw this scene. Is the final battle finally about to begin? It's about time. There are only 7 or 8 days left. It's about time to clean up. However, they had always started from the weakest princes. This time, the 2 first-tier princes were going to fight with each other. This shocked them because the 3 princes who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince were the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince. Now that the 2 of them are fighting, who wins and who loses will have a great impact on the future. Who do you think will win this battle? I think it'll be the 8th prince. He didn't suffer much damage. Moreover, Lin Xian obtained a rare treasure. I'm afraid that the 8th prince's strength will increase greatly. That was to be expected, as the third prince had suffered some damage in the Dark Canyon previously. However, I don't think so. I'm optimistic about the third prince. Although the third prince suffered some damage, the others obtained a lot of rare treasures. During this period, their overall strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone discussed animatedly, each with different opinions. Everyone's analysis was reasonable. However, they didn't know what the final result would be. They could only watch patiently. Lin Xian, we finally meet again. At this moment, the first blade stood out. He exuded a terrifying saber intent. Why? You want to fight with me? Lin Xian looked at him. That's right. I've explored 5 or 6 ruins, and my strength has increased greatly. I'm much stronger than before. This time I won't lose to you. However, Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head. You're no match for me. Hearing this, the first blade snorted. I admit that you obtained a rare treasure. However, I don't believe that you can fully use it now. Chapter 2171. 7 Demon Saber. Kill. As soon as the battle started, he used his strongest killing move with his first strike. It seemed like he wanted to defeat Lin Xian and prove his strength. A huge saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the heavens had arrived, causing the hearts of the surrounding almighties to tremble. The first saber's strength had increased by so much. It was terrifying. The almighties on the 8th prince's side were shocked because they realized that the first saber's strength had indeed increased greatly. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered. They thought that the other party must have had an unimaginable encounter during this period of time. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the other party had made a move, he would show the other party his growth during this period of time. He stretched out his hands. A ball of icy aura surged rapidly on his left hand, and a black flame danced on his right hand. Then he formed a seal with his palms and slowly put his hands together. Buzz! Hell's Ice Lotus. The blue ice and black flame merged and turned into a blue and black lotus. It spun rapidly in Lin Xian's hand and emitted a monstrous, destructive aura. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. The almighties on the 8th prince's side were shocked, and the 3rd prince's pupils constricted. Damn it, this kid's strength is too terrifying. The first saber also looked serious because the aura of the Hell's Black Lotus was too terrifying. Even his body was trembling, slightly. However, in the next moment, he clenched the long saber in his hand and slashed down. Buzz! The huge saber's shadow swooped down and turned into a galaxy that slashed toward Lin Xian. Go! Lin Xian waved his left hand, and the Hell's Ice Lotus floated out quickly. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed mercilessly. Boom! There was a shocking collision, and then the energy between heaven and earth exploded. The peerless saber shadow was instantly shattered and burned, scattering in all directions. As for the black fire lotus, it collided with the body of the first blade and blasted it back. Puff! The first saber spat out a mouthful of blood, and more than half of the armor on his body was shattered. He had lost. He had actually lost. And he had lost in one move. He had lost even faster than before. Could it be that the gap between the two of them had not shrunk, but had instead widened? The first blade could not believe it. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to move, the chi and blood in his body began to churn violently, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The 3rd prince and the grand cultivators around him all became serious. This was because they realized that the other party's strength was too strong. He had definitely surpassed the elite almighties. Kill! Kill them all! The 3rd prince roared. Boom! Boom! The surrounding kings quickly counterattacked, and their auras surged out. Many people charged towards Lin Xian, and even more people charged towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince saw this scene, he waved his hand. Daoist Long unleashed his king's domain and covered the 8th prince. Following this, a few higher beings surrounded the 8th prince to protect him. The underworld king led a group of people and charged over. A great battle erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Everything within a range of 10,000 li was instantly destroyed. Terrifying energy surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the ground to collapse rapidly. The terrifying killing intent was like a tidal wave that swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Under this wave of energy, nothing could be preserved. Buzz! 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 Numerous sovereign domains swept out in all directions, tearing the sky apart. The terrifying light connected with the stars in the sky. This scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and swung it rapidly, instantly sending a grand cultivator flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and that person crashed onto the ground like a meteor. Boom! Then he threw a punch with the back of his hand. Hell's ice lotus appeared on his terrifying fist, and it directly smashed a king who ambushed him from behind. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian fought in the air like a god of war. The third prince's people felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. On the other side, the underworld king and the others also attacked. In the sky, a huge purplish-black ball of light appeared, covering a radius of 1,000 li, forming a terrifying pressure. The other grand cultivators also attacked, causing the world to explode. This battle was too terrifying. Even the elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were nervous. Boom! However, the third prince was definitely one of the top princes, and the grand cultivators under him were also extremely terrifying. Therefore, not long after the battle, the eighth prince's side also suffered a blow. Many people were injured and 1 or 2 were killed. It could be said that the battle was extremely tragic. Kill! The eighth prince roared, and the Tao of Dragon aura on his body quickly surged out. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others felt a pure energy surrounding them. This was the Tao of Dragon aura, which could be used to increase the power of other kings. Now, the eighth prince was using it to provide energy for Lin Xian and the others. As expected, under the Tao of Dragon aura, these kings were all excited. You're not the only one who has the Tao of Dragon aura. I have it too. The third prince also shouted coldly, and the dragon-shaped shadow on his body roared rapidly. The kings around him also received the power of the Tao of Dragon aura. Boom! Both sides fought again, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. This was a terrifying battle, and the terrifying power caused the entire ground to collapse. The void shattered, and there was nothing that could stop it. The third prince's side went crazy, and those elite almighties all activated their domains, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were pale. This crazy battle was a difficult test for them. Fortunately, they had obtained some opportunities before, and their strength had increased greatly. Therefore, they were able to narrowly avoid those killer moves. The eighth prince's side also fought back with all their might. The lord of the underworld roared, and the pair of purple wings on his back were like heavenly blades, slicing one of the third prince's almighties in half. Fresh blood splattered like a sea of blood, circling the sky. The king of darkness was finally enraged. The dark aura on his body swept through heaven and earth, and the surroundings were pitch black as if they had come to the underworld. Boom! At this moment, 18 large flags suddenly appeared in the void, locking down the space and completely trapping Lin Xian. 5 almighties instantly appeared, and their 5 king domains overlapped as they charged toward Lin Xian crazily. This was because they could see that the greatest threat here was not the older generation or the elite almighties, but this young man in his 20s. The other party's combat strength was too strong, and he would often severely injure them in just a few moves. This was too great a threat to them, and they had to get rid of him. Go to hell, brat. The 5 king domains flickered in the sky, and then they enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils and instantly tore through the void and dodged to the side. It's useless. You can't break my 18 flags. Chapter 2172. Boom! As soon as he said that, he was stunned. It was broken. How was that possible? He was too shocked because a black hole the size of a house had appeared in the sealed space formed by the 18 flags that he was so proud of. Lin Xian retreated 1,000 miles away. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 5 king domains shattered the void. How was that possible? How did that kid escape from my spatial seal? He did not dare to imagine. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move again. He charged toward the old man in green robes. He realized that the old man in green robes was too much of a threat. The spatial seal was especially troublesome for him. If it was someone else, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, he decided to deal with the old man first before turning around to kill the third prince. Whoosh! Lin Xian was like a giant dragon as he flew toward the old man in green robes. "You're courting death. Get lost." The old man in green robes roared and slammed his palm down. The void within 1,000 miles was shattered as a terrifying palm descended from the sky. Buzz! The moment the Chaos Sword art was unleashed, it was as if it was a comet that lit up the entire sky. The terrifying sword light tore apart the huge palm and slashed toward the old man in green robes. Whoosh! The old man in green robes retreated like lightning and dodged in the void. At the same time, the 18 flags surrounded him and formed a king domain. Seal! The old man in green robes waved the 18 flags and activated the sealing power to seal the void where Lin Xian was. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body emitted a dazzling sword light as streaks of chaotic sword chi surged out from his hand. In an instant, the sealed void was shattered. Fire gods roar. In the sky, a huge flaming sword slashed down and sent the 18 flags flying. 5 of them were burned to ashes. Damn it! The old man in green robes looked pained. His opponent's flames were too terrifying and could burn his Dharma treasures. In the next moment, the remaining green flags surrounded him, and he spat out a pagoda from his mouth. Suddenly, the pagoda rapidly enlarged and spun, forming a terrifying power. The sky was filled with green light, and the void was shattered. Large black craters appeared one after another. These rays of light shot towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly pierced through the void and appeared in another location. Azure Sky Pagoda. Many officials on the 8th Prince's side exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Daoist Long loudly reminded them to be careful and not be swept by the cyan light. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. The green pagoda gave him a sense of great danger. The green light seemed to be able to melt everything. It had a strong corrosive effect. That was how the black holes in the sky were formed. Fortunately, he had extreme speed and was able to dodge it. Otherwise, if he was hit by the green light, he would have been injured. Thinking of this, the hellfire and sea god's ice rushed out from his hands and merged in front of him to form the hell's ice lotus. Go! Lin Xian waved his hand, and then the hell's ice lotus spun and flew upwards. It immediately collided with the green pagoda and exploded. The green pagoda exploded, and countless cracks appeared on it. Even 2 floors of the pagoda were directly blown to pieces. No! Damn it! The mighty figure in green spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood with a ferocious expression. He did not expect his opponent to be able to shatter his Dharma treasure. In the next moment, he activated the remaining green pagoda and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a shocking sword chi exploded. After a great battle, the green pagoda was cut in half, and the remaining sword chi shattered another 3 green flags. The mighty figure in green was in a sorry state. He was injured all over and quickly escaped. He did not escape far away. Instead, he returned to the 3rd Prince's side because the 3rd Prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon could quickly heal his injuries. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian charged towards the 3rd Prince. As long as he killed the 3rd Prince and eliminated him, he would win. The remaining mighty figures had nothing to do with them. Lin Xian led his men and charged towards the 3rd Prince. Several elite mighty figures followed behind him, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Courting death! Get lost! Seeing that Lin Xian had finally attacked the 3rd Prince, a mighty figure in purple robes beside the 3rd Prince roared. His voice was like the roar of flames, and it turned into a huge fire snake that swooped down. The fire snake was formed from purple flames, and it burned fiercely with a monstrous heat wave. It was a type of spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying in the hands of this mighty figure. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out an ice phoenix. The huge blue figure covered the sky and crashed into the fire snake. The Almighties behind him also spat out attacks that landed on the huge purple flames. Boom! 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 After being hit by so many experts, the purple flame snake was instantly torn apart. However, at this moment, the ground around Lin Xian rumbled. Rocks, walls, and mountains appeared around them. A bare-chested, burly man stood in front of the third prince, and he kept clapping his hands. He emitted a heavy aura that suppressed the 9 heavens. Earth-type king. The other party formed a cage and sealed them. For a moment, Lin Xian and the 3 mighty figures behind him were completely sealed in this special space. Myriad Forms Domain. This was the other party's domain. It was like a vast world with huge walls everywhere. Bang! 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 Beside Lin Xian, a few mighty figures attacked and shattered the thick walls with their palms. They wanted to break out. However, it was useless. Every time one collapsed, more would appear, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. There was no end to this. No, if this continues, we will be trapped here until we die. The 3 mighty figures stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they tried to find an opening. Indeed, such futile attacks were useless. They had to find an opening. Lin Xian stood in front, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Occasionally, a golden light would flash in his eyes. Outside, the sky was gray. Lin Xian and the others were enveloped by a strange domain. The Earth-type king sneered. "It's useless. You can't break my myriad forms domain." Then he turned around and said to the mighty figures around him, "Hurry up and attack. Use your king domains to kill them." The mighty figures all activated their king domains, wanting to kill Lin Xian and the others who were trapped inside. However, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion in front of them. Then, a huge crack appeared in the myriad forms domain. Lin Xian and the others rushed out like shooting stars. "Damn it, this is impossible. How did he break my myriad forms domain?" The Earth-type mighty figure spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely shocked. He was very confident in his myriad forms domain. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. By the time the other party was about to break it, their domains would have overlapped and they would have killed the other party. Chapter 2173. Wild Thunder Eagle. As soon as he appeared, Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast as it charged towards Tianfang. Protect the third prince. Seeing this scene, the surrounding mighty figures roared crazily. The earth element mighty figure even clapped his hands. Earthen walls appeared in front of them one after another. The earth walls were extremely thick and exuded a desolate aura as if they had traveled through time and space. In an instant, more than 10 layers of defense appeared around the third prince. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle was too violent. It was like a heavenly blade that instantly shattered 5 layers of defense. However, the Wild Thunder Eagle exhausted its energy at the 9th layer of defense and turned into countless bolts of lightning that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not heaven-defying enough to break through all the defenses. This was indeed good news for them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered because this was not his strongest attack. It was already very good that it could achieve such an effect. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. It turned out that the third prince's men had also gone to kill the 8th prince. They quickly shattered a few layers of defense and arrived near the 8th prince. Fortunately, Taoist Master Long and the other elite mighty figures were very powerful and blocked this wave of attacks. Both sides had a tacit understanding. They were both going to assassinate the prince directly. Whoever succeeded first would win. Boom! Lin Xian made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and pressed forward like a mountain. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld also led his men to sneak attack from behind. The terrifying giant sword slashed down and split the void. On the other side, a huge purple ball of light appeared. Boom! In front of him, the earth element mighty figure struck out with both palms. His palms turned into two mountains and met the attack. The two collided and made a deafening sound. Boom! The earth element mighty figure was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although his defense was strong, Lin Xian's attack was even more terrifying. He suffered internal injuries with one strike. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian attacked again. The long sword in his hand slashed down quickly, and streaks of sword light pressed down like mountains. Bang! Bang! The Earth-type powerhouse was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lin Xian swung his long sword and performed the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Terrifying chaotic sword qi slashed at the other almighties. The sword light was like a ferocious dragon and was extremely violent. The surrounding powerful beings all dodged. Boom! A Linglong treasure pagoda descended from the sky and enveloped all of them, forming a powerful defense. Boom! A bronze cauldron appeared once again, forming a second layer of defense. The incomparably terrifying ice walls transformed into numerous ice dragons that coiled around the surroundings. 9 purple shields emitted the aura of thunder as they floated around the third prince. The third prince had formed an impenetrable defense around him, which was impossible to penetrate. However, the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword technique was a heaven-class technique, and its power was beyond imagination. With Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword Spirit, the combination of the two could be said to be earth-shattering. Boom! The 9 purple shields instantly broke into 2 halves and fell from the sky. The blue ice dragon let out a wail as its body was pierced by countless sword qi. What? How could he be so strong? Seeing the other party break through 2 layers of defense in an instant, these people were about to go crazy. They could not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian's attack was still ongoing. The Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and blasted the bronze cauldron away. Lin Xian strode over. The surrounding energy shock waves could not cause any harm to him. His current physique was definitely incomparably strong. Buzz! Another primal chaos sword light directly sent the last Linglong treasure pagoda flying. Then Lin Xian charged towards the third prince. Seeing that all the defenses were destroyed, the surrounding powerful beings roared in anger. They attacked and counterattacked quickly. The sky was filled with terrifying energy, and a terrifying domain enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian executed the demigods and semi-devils and dodged the attacks with extreme speed, easily dodging the attacks. He appeared on the other side. At this moment, the Lord of the Netherworld had arrived. A huge purple ball of light crushed the surroundings, causing the King Realm powerful beings to resist crazily again. Demon Seal. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and used a killer move of the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword to attack the third prince. Oh no! The surrounding powerful beings roared in anger and wanted to counterattack. However, it was too late. The third prince's pupils constricted as he felt a deadly threat. Buzz! In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out the Flood Dragon scissors, which instantly turned into 2 flood dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they collided with the demon seal. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The third prince was pushed back, but he managed to block the demon seal sword technique. Although he blocked it, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because it was too dangerous for him. He had never thought that he would have to block it himself. If there were a few more attacks like this, he would not be able to block it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned gloomy as he looked into the distance. Over there, the eighth prince was also waiting and mingling. At this moment, the eighth prince was also in great danger. Therefore, he also took out his ecliptic treasure. The eighth prince's ecliptic treasure was a golden divine sword. At this moment, it was swaying in the wind as if a golden dragon was circling around him, emitting a terrifying power. Whoosh! At this moment, the third prince's pupils constricted as his body suddenly moved to the side. The place where he was originally standing was directly smashed into pieces. The Lord of the Underworld appeared and sneered before disappearing again. "Damn it! Form a formation and seal them!" The third prince roared as the dragon energy in his body surged out and poured into the bodies of the 5 kings around him. Then, a mysterious formation appeared. The 7 stars formation. They did not expect the third prince to even use this formation. It seemed that he was really desperate. In the Grand Imperial Hall, everyone was discussing. They also realized that the third prince's situation was very bad. That was because Lin Xian's attacks were too powerful and could threaten the third prince's life at any time. As expected, Lin Xian attacked again. He was like a god of war. A casual attack could tear the sky apart, even though his opponent had formed a formation. However, as a formation master, Lin Xian specialized in attacking the flaws and weaknesses of the formation, causing it to be unable to sustain. Damn it! How did he know the flaws of the formation? The third prince was so angry that he flew into a rage. "Zixin, hurry up and do it!" The third prince shouted. Next to him, a middle-aged woman stood out. The middle-aged woman was dressed in purple and had a beautiful face. When she heard the third prince's words, she took out a purple gourd. She shook it gently. Suddenly, a cloud of purple mist floated out and transformed into a terrifying beast in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 6 demonic beasts appeared in the void. They were not ordinary beasts, but terrifying monster kings. Each of them was hundreds of feet long and occupied the void. They emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as the 6 monster kings appeared, they directly shattered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 2174. Go! The purple-clothed woman's black hair fluttered behind her as her eyes flickered. She controlled the 6 monster kings and quickly charged over. "Brother Lin, don't worry. We have a beast tamer on our side." The 8th prince shouted and wanted to send out his beast tamer. However, Lin Xian said there's no need. Let the beast tamer protect you. I'll deal with these 6 monster kings. At this point, the sharp aura in his eyes erupted again, and a monstrous sword light swept through the world. Hearing this, the surrounding King Realm experts were shocked. The purple-clothed woman sneered. "You want to fight against all of my monster kings alone? You're overestimating yourself." She was an extremely terrifying beast tamer. The monster kings under her command were not ordinary. Each of them was abnormally ferocious, far surpassing King Realm experts of the same level. Now that 6 monster kings had appeared together, it was definitely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, she attacked. With a wave of her hand, the fiery red bird quickly rushed out. This was a flaming eagle. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it spread its wings like a sea of red fire surging from the sky. That terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Boom! The flaming eagle opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball that rolled toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the void like a god, his body releasing terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the dragon's sword domain appeared. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward. Boom! Countless sword chi intertwined, and a black phoenix flew out of the dragon sword domain. It spread its wings and covered the 9 heavens. This phoenix was formed by hellfire and sword chi. under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. It was as if a real divine beast had possessed it. As soon as it appeared, it let out a long cry and shattered the 9 heavens as it charged forward. Could it be that this kid was also a beast tamer? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They thought that this was a real phoenix, but soon they shook their heads. Impossible! How could there be a real phoenix in the world? This was this kid's divine ability. Heavens, how could this kid have such a terrifying divine ability? They were too shocked. Little did they know that the great dragon sword spirit's offensive saint technique could simulate everything. At this moment, it was displayed by Lin Xian. It was truly terrifying. The 2 giant beasts fought in the sky. Soon, the flaming eagle let out a wail as its body was pierced through by the other's claw. A terrifying, bloody mist appeared. After another 5 moves, the flaming eagle's body was split into 2 halves from the middle. The black phoenix let out a long cry and flapped its wings in the sky. So powerful! While the 3rd prince was astonished, the violet-clothed woman's face darkened. Her opponent had killed one of her demonic kings with a raise of his hand. This made her feel incomparably pained and driven her mad. In the next moment, she urged the 5 demon kings to attack the black phoenix together. Boom! Boom! The void trembled and quickly shattered. The black phoenix was being attacked by the 5 monster kings and was in imminent danger. Seeing this, the people on the 3rd prince's side laughed. They did not believe that the other party could still unleash such a terrifying attack. The 8th prince's expression was solemn, but Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Comparing numbers? You're really courting death. Lin Xian stood in the dragon's sword domain and roared into the sky. His body erupted with resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. In the dragon's sword domain, thousands of sword chis intertwined rapidly. A terrifying phantom of a demonic beast flew out from within. Phoenix, Qilin, True Dragon, 9-headed lion, Hell Demon Elephant, Peerless Serpent, 3-headed Hellhound. Terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They crushed the 9 heavens and shattered the galaxy. It was as if real primordial demonic beasts had awakened. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. Damn it, how could it be? How could he have such means? The 3rd prince's side was going crazy. The violet-clothed woman's body was trembling. Her face was extremely pale without a trace of blood. She had a total of 5 monster kings on her side, but the other party had taken out nearly 50 of them. None of them were weaker than her. How was she going to fight when there was a difference of 10 times? Damn it, these were all energy bodies. They could not stay for a long time. As long as they persevered, they would be fine. A mighty figure reminded her from behind. The violet-clothed woman's face was gloomy. She naturally knew about this. However, she did not know if they could withstand the other party's attack. Sure enough, after a few moves, the violet-clothed woman's 5 demonic beasts were all killed. Blood dyed the sky. It turned into a sea of blood. A few huge corpses smashed onto the ground, causing billowing smoke. In the sky, the monster kings gradually faded and would disappear at any time. However, Lin Xian still waved his hand. In an instant, the 50 silhouettes of the one king charged towards the 3rd prince. Block for me. The 3rd prince's scalp went numb. He quickly shot out the flood dragon scissors and instantly pierced through 10 demonic beast phantoms. The remaining 40 or so demonic beasts mercilessly drowned them. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the demonic beast phantoms exploded, turning into a fierce storm that filled the sky. Boom, boom. A few mighty figures were sent flying in an instant. The 3rd prince was drowned and could not be seen clearly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. Some of them even stopped fighting. The royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were also on tenterhooks. Would the 3rd prince be able to withstand such an attack? They did not know, but they were very worried. The mighty figures who were sent flying in the surroundings used their king domains and quickly charged in to save the third prince. When all the light was torn apart and the energy faded, the third prince's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was blood flowing from his body. The flood dragon's scissors beside him also had cracks on them. This was a top-tier treasure artifact. Now that there were cracks on it, one could imagine how terrifying the explosion was. The third prince was injured. Everyone was shocked. The royal elders also exclaimed. On the other hand, the eighth prince was cheering. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before they could eliminate the third prince and eliminate him. The third prince gritted his teeth and his expression was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Damn it! How could the opponent use such a terrifying method? Even he was injured. If it were not for the flood dragon scissors protecting his body, the explosion just now would have eliminated him. Thinking of this, he swallowed a pill and used a secret technique to recover his body. At the same time, he summoned the mighty figures around him to protect him. From the looks of it, his strength had been greatly reduced. It was unlikely that he could kill the eighth prince again. Therefore, the third prince had the intention to retreat. However, how could the eighth prince and the others let the third prince leave? This was a perfect opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. Therefore, the eighth prince and the others launched a fierce attack and attacked the third prince crazily. Chapter 2175. Almost no one could fight him one-on-one. Even if they surrounded him, Lin Xian could still dodge with his super speed. Damn it, he's too strong. Everyone's face turned ugly. They did not know that this was not Lin Xian's full strength. If Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul and activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would probably go crazy. Boom! Boom! In the end, several powerful figures were sent flying. Lin Xian slashed at the third prince. The third prince's pupil shrank and he quickly dodged. He was swept by the sword chi and was sent flying. However, the two dragons firmly protected him. However, this was not the way to go. Some of the powerful figures around him were pinned down, while the rest were sent flying. There was no one left around him. The third prince's face turned gloomy. He did not expect to face the danger of being eliminated. Thinking of this, he roared angrily, "Eighth brother, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Hearing this, the surrounding powerful figures sneered. The eighth prince also decisively refused. "You are not qualified to fight me. You coward, you don't even dare to fight me one-on-one. How can you be the crown prince?" The third prince was furious. His opponent did not fall for his trick, which made him go crazy. If the crown prince wants to fight me one-on-one, I might consider it. But third brother, you are now at the end of the road. Do you still want to turn the tables? Brother Lin, do it! Hearing this, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and strode forward. "Damn brat, I won't let you succeed." The third prince roared and launched a fierce attack. Anyway, they had the protection talisman and would not really die. Therefore, he had to kill this detestable brat at all costs. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body burst out. The third prince crazily activated the dragon scissors and attacked. The two dragons roared and turned into demonic beasts that were thousands of feet long. They crazily attacked. The terrifying aura pierced through everything. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the eighth prince's elites changed. The third prince's strength was so terrifying. They were too shocked. Before this, they did not think that the third prince was that powerful. But now the third prince used his full strength, which made them extremely shocked. Lin Xian also activated the great dragon sword soul and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword and quickly slashed forward. The sword technique was incomparably horrifying, slicing the entire void apart. The boundless sword light was like the stars in the sky, exploding everything in front of it. The third prince's expression changed. He could feel the threat of death from Lin Xian's sword aura, which made him shudder with fear. However, there were terrifying sword chi all around him. It was like a cage that firmly locked onto him. He had no way of escaping at all. The third prince could only activate the flood dragon scissors and resist madly. He shattered some of the sword chi, but even more sword chi came at him. The primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword technique was indeed a heaven-class technique. It was extremely terrifying. The third prince's yellow flood dragon scissors were beaten back again and again, and more cracks appeared on them. It could break at any time, but it was a top-tier treasure after all. It could hold on for a while, but the third prince's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Roar! The third prince roared. His eyes were red, and killing intent surged from his body. It was all because of this despicable kid in front of him. He was about to be eliminated. If he was eliminated, he would lose his position as the crown prince. He would never be able to take it back. Thinking of this, he roared to the sky. His black hair danced wildly. At this moment, he was like a killing god. He stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I want you dead." The third prince took out another golden treasure box. The box was as big as 2 palms and was completely golden in color. It was as bright as the sun and shone brightly. There were dragons carved on it. It was not an ordinary item. The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also shocked when they saw the golden box. Could it be that thing? This third prince was too bold. He actually brought that thing with him. What did he want to do? Many of the royal elders' faces changed. They had already guessed what was inside the golden box. Even the Empress and His Majesty frowned. In the battle, the third prince's expression was ferocious. "Kid, this is not for you to compete with me. You can go to hell for me." With that, he quickly opened the golden box. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red light, and the entire sky was dyed red. A monstrous, bloodthirsty aura swept out, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Even the elite higher beings were no exception. What is this thing? How can it contain such a murderous aura? Damn it! This is the blood essence of the royal family. Behind him, the third prince exclaimed, "Be careful, don't get hurt by that thing. This is the blood essence left behind by a supreme expert of the royal family. 1 drop is enough to kill a top supreme expert. If there are a few more drops, it won't be a problem to kill a supreme expert." So terrifying. When the other elites heard this, their scalps went numb. They quickly retreated. No one dared to get close to the third prince. Heavens, 1 drop of blood could kill them. This is too terrifying. This must be the blood left behind by a supreme expert. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect the third prince to have such a treasure. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. He felt that he had to get rid of the third prince quickly. Otherwise, the third prince might cause trouble again. After thinking about it, Lin Xian did not plan to use the Tianji Divine Eyes. If he used the Tianji Divine Eyes, he could destroy the third prince's soul, but he would not be able to kill the third prince. Unless he really destroyed the third prince's soul, the third prince would definitely recognize his eye technique when his soul recovered. It was the legendary Tianji Divine Eyes. At that time, he would be mercilessly hunted down by the entire Tai dynasty. After all, this thing was more precious than any rare treasure. It was enough to make a supreme dynasty go crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the second killing move of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword at all costs. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Demon Seal. With a swing of the sword, a terrifying sword chi slashed out. The third prince felt that his life was not in danger. He frantically took out the drop of blood from the golden box. Buzz! The drop of blood was crystal clear, but it contained supreme energy and terrifying killing intent. As soon as it appeared, the entire void shattered. Countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles. It could not withstand the power at all. Boom! 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 The two exploded and collided. The entire void was torn apart in an instant. In front of him, the dazzling, chaotic sword Qi collided with it and shattered. This was a heaven-class cultivation technique. It shattered in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying the power contained in the blood was. However, although the demon-sealing sword Qi was shattered, the energy in the blood was mostly depleted. The murderous aura on it was not as fierce as before. Chapter 2176. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Lin Xian focused his gaze, and his eyes shone brightly. Then he used his second killer move. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Battle Song. A sword Qi that was even more terrifying than the previous one slashed out and sliced the blood into two. The terrifying sword essence on it frantically destroyed the energy inside. Boom! At the same time, the entire sky was split apart. What? It was sliced apart. The third prince's pupils constricted when he saw this. He did not expect that his last killer move would be broken apart by his opponent. He could not believe it. In the next moment, he was sent flying by the sword Qi and vomited blood. Crack, crack, crack. More than half of the third prince's bones were broken, and the golden box in his hand was also sliced apart. However, he did not teleport out. Lin Xian roared when he saw this. The sword soul in his body circulated crazily, and a dragon-shaped sword Qi was slashed out. Roar! When the sword slashed out, a loud dragon's roar could be heard, and countless lightning bolts seemed to fall from the sky. No, you can't kill me, the third prince roared crazily. This sword was even more terrifying than the previous one. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. He could not withstand it at all. He wanted to escape, but he could not do so. In the next moment, he was drowned by the sword light. No! Many mighty figures exclaimed when they saw this. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. They could feel that this sword was too terrifying. Even if the third prince was not injured, he would not be able to withstand it. Now that the third prince was seriously injured, he would not be able to withstand it. If the third prince was eliminated, then all of them would be eliminated. In that case, they would not be able to receive the baptism of the imperial dragon bloodline. In front of them, the violent energy continued to flood the area. The surrounding people could not see it clearly. However, everyone's eyes were extremely serious, whether it was the third prince or the eighth prince. Buzz, buzz, buzz! However, at this moment, all the mighty figures on the third prince's side emitted light. A terrifying spatial energy quickly formed on their bodies. What is this? These people's expressions changed, but the eighth prince was ecstatic. We won, we won! The Nether King, Daoist Long, and the others gasped when they heard this. Their eyes shone brightly. They were too excited. This meant that the third prince had been eliminated, and the remaining powerhouses would also be teleported out. Sure enough, in the next moment, these powerful beings were enveloped by a mysterious force. They tore through the void and disappeared. In front of him, the energy vortex also gradually disappeared before dispersing. The void in front of him quickly healed, and the third prince was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the eighth prince cheered. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all extremely shocked. They never thought that the third prince would actually lose. How could this be? The elders who supported the third prince all had ugly expressions on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. Those who supported the eighth prince were very excited. Inside the imperial palace, there was another hall. There was a huge formation there. It was very mysterious. The array suddenly flickered, and then a figure appeared. This person was the third prince. As soon as he appeared, he roared furiously at the sky, as if he had gone mad. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The third prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura on his body pierced through the void. Lin Xian, how dare you eliminate me? I will definitely kill you. I will tear you into pieces. The third prince roared crazily. However, no matter how much he roared, he could not change the fact that he had been eliminated. The news of the third prince's appearance swept out like a gust of wind. When the other princes heard about it, they were all extremely shocked and could not believe it. To be honest, if it were the second prince, the sixth prince, or the seventh prince who had been eliminated, they would not be shocked. They would not be too shocked. After all, these princes were ordinary and would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the first to be eliminated was the third prince. The third prince was one of the three most powerful princes. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was the most popular prince in the crown prince competition. There was a high chance that he would become the crown prince. However, such a person had been eliminated. How could they not be shocked? When they found out that it was the eighth prince who eliminated the third prince, they all fell silent. Because the eighth prince was also one of the three most powerful princes. Now that he had defeated the third prince, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. Perhaps only the first prince could fight against him. After the first prince received the news, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. This eighth prince was able to defeat the third prince. That really surprised me. However, he is still far from being able to deal with me. The first prince should not let his guard down. I feel that the eighth prince being able to defeat the third prince must have something to do with that Lin Xian. After all, he had just obtained a rare treasure. Perhaps it was the rare treasure that played a role. Yes, that's right. I think so too. After the first prince said that, the surrounding powerful figures nodded their heads. The first prince's eyes flickered. Then he said, "Where is the Golden Lion King? Let him come back. We will meet him." Lin Xian had already met up with the eighth prince. It would be dangerous for him to go alone. Moreover, now that he calculated the time, it was almost time for the final battle. Let's eliminate the other princes first. Next, the first prince began to take action. He did not specifically look for the eighth prince. Instead, he pushed his way through. He eliminated all the princes that he encountered along the way. The eighth prince had the same plan. He also pushed his way through. Soon, the weaker princes were eliminated. In the end, only the first prince, the eighth prince, and the stronger fourth prince, the ninth prince, and the 15th prince were left. Among them, the ninth prince and the 15th prince joined forces to fight against the first prince. On the other side, the eighth prince and the fourth prince met. Ninth prince, 15th prince, you too should admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You want us to admit defeat? Sure. Show us your true strength and defeat us. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to surrender with just a few words. The ninth prince snorted coldly. The 15th prince also had a solemn expression. The powerful figures beside them all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. You're courting death. Since you want to fight me, I won't hold back. The first prince sneered. Then, a huge dragon appeared on his body. Go, kill them. The first prince shouted coldly. The powerful figures beside him also started to move. At the same time, a golden figure descended from the sky. He was like a god of war, suppressing the surroundings. Not good, it's the Golden Lion King. Stop him quickly. The ninth prince and the 15th prince roared. They knew how terrifying the Golden Lion King was. They could not let him get close. Chapter 21:77. Boom! A fierce battle broke out. However, the first prince's side was too strong. Together with the Golden Lion King, the ninth prince and the 15th prince were eliminated in the end. Eighth brother, you're the only one left. The first prince sneered. He waved his hand and led his men out again. On the other side, the fourth prince and the eighth prince met and fought fiercely. Among them, Jian Shisan stood out. He looked at Lin Xian and did not speak. However, the sword intent on his body was getting more and more terrifying. The aura he emitted was far stronger than before. Obviously, during this period of time, Sword 13 had obtained an enormous fortuitous encounter and improved his strength. Lin Xian naturally knew what Jian Shisun meant. Hence, he stepped out and sword qi surged on his body. Then he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword and fought with Jian Shisun. What a terrifying sword technique! Jian Shisun and Lin Xian exchanged more than 10 moves and were defeated. His arms were trembling slightly because his opponent's sword technique was too terrifying. He did not use this sword technique in the first stage. Could it be that he obtained it in some ruins? Jian Shisun was shocked. Jian Shisun was defeated, and soon the fourth prince was defeated as well. It couldn't be helped. Although the fourth prince was powerful, he was still lacking when compared to the third prince. Since the third prince was eliminated, the fourth prince would not be able to hold on for long. Hence, the fourth prince and the kings around him were all teleported out. In the royal palace, the fourth prince and the others appeared. They sighed as they knew that they had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Let's go. The fourth prince tidied his clothes and said, "Let's go and see if it's the first prince or the eighth prince who wins this time." Although he was defeated, the fourth prince was not too depressed, because he knew from the beginning that his chances of winning the position of crown prince were less than 10%. Hence, in the second stage, he led his men to search for all kinds of ruins and obtain the treasures to increase his strength. He had done his best to do what he should do. Hence, there was no need to be disappointed now. Right now, he wanted to go and watch the final battle. Not only him, all the princes went to the grand imperial palace. Those powerful beings also followed one after another. They were still in the camp of their respective princes, so they naturally had the opportunity to watch the final battle. In an instant, the grand imperial hall became extremely lively. Everyone was discussing who the final victor was. Humph! Was there even a need to think? It had to be the first prince. With the strength of the crown prince's lineup, as well as the Golden Lion King, who could be the crown prince's opponent. No matter how strong the eighth prince was, it was impossible for him to compete with the eldest prince. That's right, the final victor would definitely be the first prince. Many old men spoke bold words. It was obvious that they supported the first prince. Hearing this, the corners of the empress's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. However, some people didn't think so. Not necessarily. The eighth prince was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he still had Lin Xian. That kid had obtained a lot of rare treasures. I'm sure you've all seen the previous battle. Lin Xian's battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. He's definitely at the top. There would definitely be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. Yes, there would be no problem for him to compete with the Golden Lion King. However, do you think that the eighth prince would be able to compete with the first prince? Someone sneered. In short, everyone was discussing intensely. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, they've met!" Hearing this, everyone shut up. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at the screen. They discovered that the first prince and the eighth prince had indeed met. The two sides faced each other in the air, and the void directly shattered. Seeing the scene, everyone took a deep breath. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. The blood in their bodies was about to boil because this was the final battle. The eighth prince and the first prince had met. The eighth prince was incomparably solemn. The king, almighties behind him, also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, the first prince was the strongest prince. He had many trump cards in his hands, and he also had the Golden Lion King. It could be said that his strength was incomparably terrifying. Old 8, I didn't expect that the one who would fight with me in the end would be you. The first prince looked over and said coldly, "However, against me, you have no chance of winning. If you don't want to lose too much, I advise you to obediently take your people and admit defeat. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have a good ending." Humph! The eighth prince snorted coldly. It wasn't certain who would win or lose. since they had already reached the final step. How could he admit defeat at this moment? You're courting death. Seeing that the eighth prince still wanted to resist, the first prince sneered. The King Almighty's behind him also emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, in the sky, a golden figure descended. Boom! A terrifying aura crushed down in all directions. The Golden Lion King. Seeing this golden figure, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the Golden Lion King descended, he didn't care about anyone else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Kid, hand over the rare treasure, otherwise die. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. His body emitted a biting cold aura. You want the rare treasure in my hands? Sure, but you have to defeat me. The rare treasure is yours. You're courting death. The Golden Lion King's face sank. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, a strange rune appeared between his eyebrows. His bloodline power immediately surged. That rune was extremely dazzling and mysterious. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The blood and chi in the Golden Lion King's body was like a furnace, emitting a terrifying light. Rays of rainbow light shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone's expression to change, especially the eighth prince's side. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They couldn't help it. The aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. It made them feel suffocated. Was this the bloodline power of the war tribe? It was too terrifying. That's right. He was only a 6-star king, but he already had the combat strength of a peak Almighty. If he entered the realm of Almighty, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Everyone was shocked. After the Golden Lion King used his bloodline power, the aura on his body became extremely sharp. His gaze was like a golden divine sword piercing through the void. At this moment, it was as if he wasn't a human. Instead, he was a high and mighty war god, looking down on the common people. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. As his voice fell, a terrifying light surged from his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. A majestic sword aura shot into the sky. Buzz. Chapter 2178. Buzz. With a slash, the primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword was unleashed. Mixed with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was extremely terrifying. Boom! The Golden Lion King clenched his fist, and the bloodline power in his body surged crazily. Then he punched out. When the two collided, shocking energy exploded, and the surrounding space quickly collapsed. An extremely powerful energy storm formed between the two of them. Not good. Retreat. When the surrounding King Almighty saw this scene, their expressions changed. They retreated crazily and instantly retreated a few thousand miles. Even the first prince and the eighth prince quickly retreated. Soon, the space where they were originally standing turned into countless cracks and collapsed. Not only that, the cracks were still spreading. Soon, it spread from 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles. The entire space within 10,000 miles was completely shattered. The violent energy swallowed Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. It was too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with fear and trepidation. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall felt their scalps go numb. This was just a casual attack from the two young men, and it caused such a terrifying scene. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, how terrifying would be. They didn't dare to imagine. The princes were also silent, especially the third prince. He was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. His killing intent towards Lin Xian could be said to be monstrous. However, now that he saw how powerful Lin Xian was and how he could actually fight the Golden Lion King head-on, he was even more furious. The first prince's expression was also solemn and somewhat cold. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could actually fight the Golden Lion King. It was really beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment he sneered. He didn't have the Golden Lion King, but the strength of his side was still very strong. However, without Lin Xian, the eighth prince's strength would probably be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next moment, his gaze was like a knife as he stared at the eighth prince. Old Eight, follow me to the other side for a decisive battle. Humph! The eighth prince snorted and flew away with Daoist Long and the other kings. After flying for 30,000 miles, they stopped. There was no other way. If they wanted to fight, they couldn't rely on Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, they would be affected. Let the two young geniuses fight. The first prince also followed behind and stopped. He sneered. Old Eight, let me see if you've made any progress during this period of time. You will see, the eighth prince said. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared on his body. Then, with a cold shout, he attacked. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy erupted as the eighth prince and the third prince finally clashed. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall was astonished when they saw the dazzling lights dancing on the screen and Wu Ji's divine ability. However, they actually wanted to see the battle between the Golden Lion King and Xian. But now, the first prince and the eighth prince were more than 30,000 miles away from Lin Xian and the others. They could only wait patiently. However, at this moment, a very powerful royal elder said in a deep voice, perhaps the key to this battle was to see who would win between Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the two young geniuses were already able to affect the entire battle? However, after thinking about it, it was indeed so. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but become excited. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King clashed, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Then, the two of them stopped again and stood on opposite sides. The Golden Lion King's body shone like a god of war. He retracted his fist with a cold expression. Kid, hand over the heavenly emperor's treasure obediently. Otherwise, your end will be miserable. I've said it before. If you defeat me, the treasure will be yours. Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. All right, I'll let you see the ultimate skill of my war tribe today. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on his body became violent again. He was like an immemorial beast. He recovered quickly. Nirvana's scorching sun fist. The Golden Lion King waved his hands, and the power of his bloodline spread out. A violent aura swept through heaven and earth. Every fist was incomparably terrifying. It was like a sun blooming in the sky. This fist technique of mine is a set of ultimate skills of the war tribe. Under the power of my bloodline, it's incomparably terrifying. No one below the realm of supreme experts can resist it. You are no exception. The Golden Lion King transformed into a ball of fiery red sun as it charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. Is that so? What war tribe? It's just a legend. I was able to injure you last time. This time I can do the same. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 nether demon sword. His body released a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he used the primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword and faced the attack. Boom! Soon, the two of them met in the air. The golden fist and the sharp sword technique collided once again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand this power. Lin Xian also frowned because he felt that the other party's power had become stronger. It was even more violent than before. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on his sword, making his demon sword incomparably heavy. Do you feel it? This is my true power. Do you think you can contend against it? The Golden Lion King's handsome face revealed a trace of malevolence. Then he attacked again, burning heaven and earth. The golden fist burned fiercely and turned into 2 golden suns. It attacked again and forced Lin Xian to retreat. The Golden Lion King walked over with large strides, creating countless cracks in the void. With every step, the aura on his body condensed. The power of his bloodline turned into strange demonic runes that appeared on his body. In the dark, There seemed to be an incomparably terrifying battle intent that was awakening and erupting. Last time, you injured me because I was careless. This time, I will use all of my bloodline power. I will let you know how terrifying the war tribe is. It's not something you can imagine. The golden rune between the golden Lion King's eyebrows flickered. The bloodline power in his body quickly circulated. His fist turned into thousands of suns, crushing the void and enveloping Lin Xian. Each of the suns was incomparably terrifying. They burned fiercely and could instantly kill elite supreme experts. Perhaps even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect this golden Lion King to be more terrifying and powerful than he imagined. As expected of the legendary genius of the war tribe, it was absolutely heaven-defying. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. In the next moment, he would use the primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword. A terrifying sword light would surge out and slash apart the suns one after another. However, when the suns exploded, the energy formed would cause a terrifying impact to him. Fortunately, his physique had been refined by the immemorial demonic blood and was far stronger than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be stronger than before. Interesting indeed. Chapter 2179. The Golden Lion King was surprised to see that Lin Xian was able to block the golden suns in the sky. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was indeed stronger than the last time they met. But so what? He had fully activated his bloodline power. He could even kill a god. Limitless heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King's fist technique became extremely berserk again. Terrifying golden fists appeared in the air. Then they formed a golden ocean that rolled over. The void collapsed in an instant. There was nothing that could withstand it at all. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. Even the King Almighties who were fighting tens of thousands of miles away trembled as fear rose in their hearts. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the sky tens of thousands of miles away. There, golden light flickered. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura it emitted seemed to be able to devour heaven and earth. Lin Xian also felt threatened. He didn't dare to be careless. He covered his body with the black battle armor and summoned the Ice Guardian. Then Lin Xian used the primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword and attacked. Demon Seal. Terrifying sword chi was unleashed. It seemed to be able to seal the heaven and earth. Therefore, the golden waves that the Golden Lion King unleashed gradually dimmed under the influence of Demon Seal. It seemed like it would disappear at any time. What was going on? Why did the golden light in the distance suddenly dim? The kings 30,000 miles away were extremely confused. The Golden Lion King also frowned. He could feel a mysterious power weakening his strength. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light in the sky completely disappeared. It was completely sealed. What was this? The Golden Lion King frowned. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The burning sky scorching sun fist was his war tribe's ultimate skill. It was extremely violent and terrifying. No one could resist it, let alone seal it. But now, the berserk power he had unleashed had inexplicably disappeared. He was unable to believe it. However, before he could react, Lin Xian quickly attacked again. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face darkened. Not only did he fail to injure Lin Xian, but his attack was also destroyed. This made him furious. One must know that he was the Golden Lion King, a genius of the war tribe. He was unparalleled. He had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, Lin Xian continuously provoked him and even successfully suppressed him. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damned brat, go to hell. The Golden Lion King roared. The golden light in his body suddenly erupted and spread out in all directions. At the same time, 2 balls of golden flames appeared on his fists. Instantly, The spiritual chi within a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him and entered the two balls of flames in his hands. The two balls of flames became even more resplendent, as if they were the flames of the gods. Boom! Boom! The Golden Lion King to kill the Lion King soon after. The Golden Lion King formed a seal with both of its hands. The two golden flames began to fuse together. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Not only that, but the golden flame also began to transform into a golden divine tree that was burning fiercely. Above the golden birth god tree, clusters of golden phantoms appeared like suns. Sun gods to with a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with flames. It was as if a real sun had descended to the mortal world. That terrifying aura directly shattered the mountain peak below. Large swathes of the forest burned and turned into ashes. In the Golden Lion King's hands, the golden flames turned into 9 golden crows. They spread their wings and flew towards Lin Xian. Then they grew bigger with the wind and turned into demonic beasts that were hundreds of feet long. They were incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian roared. The dragon's sword domain quickly appeared on his body and turned into 2 true dragons that circled around his hands. In the next moment, he grabbed the Golden Lion King and pulled. Ka! The Golden Lion King tore the Golden Lion King into 2 like a piece of cloth. A huge black crack flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and spread forward. The sky seemed to have really been split open. The violent spatial energy spread out in all directions. It even charged towards the Golden Lion King. This was an extremely terrifying method. It was equivalent to Lin Xian also withstanding the terrifying spatial energy. However, countless sword chi rose from his body and destroyed the power of space. However, the 9 golden crows at the front were fiercely attacked. The first 3 golden crows were instantly torn apart by the spatial energy. They turned into countless flames and fell into the dark void. However, this was an absolute art after all. In addition to the power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline, it was even more terrifying and burned fiercely. The 6 golden crows at the back directly shattered the Golden Lion King and attacked again, contending with the spatial crack. In the end, they all disappeared into the Golden Lion King. Spatial energy? The Golden Lion King frowned. He didn't expect the other party to have grasped this kind of spatial energy. This kind of spatial energy was very difficult to grasp. As far as he knew, only the Gu family of the East had grasped it. He didn't expect the other party to have it. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Brat, don't think that you can threaten me just because you have grasped spatial energy. You are too naive. I will let you know the true power of my war tribe. The Golden Lion King's mouth rose into a sinister smile. The golden light in his eyes bloomed even more. The golden rune between his eyebrows became even more resplendent. In the next moment, he stretched out his hands and pulled. Crack! 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 Instantly, the space in front of him was torn apart. A huge black crack also spread out. That scene was exactly the same as Lin Xian's. It was as if it was a copy. In the sky, 2 incomparably dark spatial cracks were spread out. Everyone within 100,000 miles could see it. At this moment, not to mention the 8th prince, the 1st prince, and the others, even the people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw it through the screen. They were extremely frightened. What kind of ability did the 2 of them use? How could they tear apart such a terrifying space? Heavens, this can't be spatial energy, right? Otherwise, ordinary energy wouldn't be able to tear apart such a terrifying space. That's right. Only an invincible king could create such a spatial crack. Other than spatial energy, I can't think of anything else. The 2 of them actually know how to use spatial energy. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand it at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He looked at the other party's action and the scene they created. His brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? Why does it feel so familiar? Lin Xian coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hands, and the hell's ice lotus flew out from his hands. It quickly rushed forward. Useless brat. The Golden Lion King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The power of his bloodline was released even more. He also formed a seal. After that, a golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain rotating in the empty palace. Chapter 2180. A golden lotus quickly flew out and enlarged. It was like a golden mountain as it rotated in the empty palace. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Boom! 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 The two lotuses collided in the air and formed a terrifying storm. Then they were extinguished together. It was the same attack again. Lin Xian's frown deepened. In the next moment, the demon-slaying sword formation appeared under his feet. An immemorial shadow soared into the sky. The black shadow carried a violent power as it charged toward the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. At this moment, he was like a god of war that controlled the world. Countless golden patterns spread under his feet and turned into golden flames. They condensed into a golden, illusory shadow. It was like an immemorial demon god that emitted a desolate aura. It really looked like a golden, immemorial demon beast had awakened. Boom! Boom! Another shocking collision occurred. Then, the two completely disappeared in the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He was too familiar with this method. No matter what the other party used, he could simulate it. This was the divine ability of his great dragon sword soul. How did the other party know how to use it? Lin Xian was simply too astonished. In fact, it could even be said that he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Golden Lion King's move to be so similar to his. But how was this possible? He could do it because he had the great dragon sword soul. It could simulate and simulate everything. How did the other party do it? Why was it able to simulate the move he used? Could it be that the other party also had the same divine ability or treasure? Lin Xian did not know, but he was extremely shocked. Ruffian Dragon, hey too, do you know the origin of the war tribe? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. However, Ruffian Dragon and He too shook their heads. The war tribe was prosperous about 100,000 years ago. However, it gradually declined. 10,000 years ago, it completely disappeared. When I was there, the war tribe had already disappeared. And Hong said, He too also said that when I was there, the war tribe was very low-key. Therefore, I could not find anything. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Even He too and the dark red divine dragon did not know what happened 100,000 years ago. How could he know? However, he guessed that the war race was definitely not that simple. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression and frowning appearance, the Golden Lion King smiled. How is it, brat? Are you very shocked? It's no wonder you're surprised. I can use all the martial skills and divine abilities you use. Therefore, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. A confident smile appeared on the Golden Lion King's face. He looked at Lin Xian with pity in his eyes. I admit that you can be considered a genius, surpassing most people. But unfortunately you met me. The war race is not something you can imagine. The war clan's foundation also far surpasses your understanding. Therefore, they had to obediently hand over the heavenly treasure. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will experience what it means to be in despair, to live a life worse than death. Hearing the Golden Lion King's words, Lin Xian regained his senses and snorted. Although he didn't know what kind of method the Golden Lion King used to be able to imitate his ultimate move and divine ability, he didn't know. However, the other party actually dared to compete with him in this aspect. That was truly courting death. The great dragon, Sword Soul, wasn't someone to be trifled with. As long as Lin Xian used his full strength, it would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, the other party dared to compete with him. That was truly courting death. Humph. This is your method. The divine ability of your war race? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just SOSO? Brat, don't boast. I can perform all of the divine abilities, you know. Moreover, under the power of my bloodline. They're definitely stronger than yours. What do you have to win against me? Even stronger than mine? You're too confident, too naive. You can try and see if it's stronger than mine. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. He would let the other party know what was called the Great Dragon Sword Soul, unparalleled in the world. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Lion King's face sank. Since the other party didn't know the difference between life and death, there was no need for him to hold back. On the other side, Lin Xian's palms formed seals again. The black hellfire and the blue sea god's ice quickly merged in front of him. However, this time, it wasn't a simple fusion. Lin Xian injected the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul into it. The Hell's Ice Lotus was formed. On the surface of the lotus, dragon patterns appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. This power was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out. It's useless. I've already learned this move. You're not my opponent at all. Seeing Lin Xian use the Hell's Ice Lotus, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. He quickly formed seals with his palms, and the power of his bloodline surged. A golden lotus rose into the air and flew out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided in the air, and a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Humph! Although it's just an imitation, my bloodline power is definitely far stronger than yours. This time you can't block it at all. The Golden Lion King stood back and his eyes were cold. However, in the next moment he was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, how is this possible? He was extremely shocked, because he could feel that the golden lotus he formed was quickly shattering into pieces, and the other party's Hell's Ice Lotus was quickly approaching with a terrifying aura. Boom! In an instant, it arrived in front of him. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked and didn't dare to believe it. How did the other party's power increase again? In fact, it even surpassed the power of his bloodline. What's going on? He couldn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. The Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him was already enveloping him. If this energy exploded, it would definitely threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the Golden Lion King roared, and his speed exploded to the limit. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he waved his fists and used the fearless lion seal. The terrifying seal was injected with the power of his bloodline. It was as if a real demon king had awakened. In an instant, he collided with the Hell's Ice Lotus in front of him. Only then did he block the Hell's Ice Lotus. However, he was still affected by the energy and kept retreating. A lot of the golden flames on his body were extinguished. Damn it, what's going on? His divine ability was even stronger than before. The Golden Lion King retreated to the back, and his expression was incomparably cold. He had tested the other party's power before, and it was the same as when he didn't use the power of his bloodline. Now that he used the power of his bloodline, his combat power had increased by several times. It was definitely not a problem to kill the other party. Even if he used the same move, he could still win against the other party. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. Both parties used the same move, but his move was broken. In other words, the other party's divine ability was more powerful than his. Chapter 2181. He was a genius of the war race and possessed a terrifying bloodline power. He was born for battle. His battle prowess had reached the pinnacle among the younger generation. How could the other party be stronger than him? He did not believe it. Why? Are you surprised? Is it out of your expectations? On the other side, Lin Xian stepped in the air and walked over. He revealed a trace of ridicule. Who do you think you are to be able to control everything? Do you think the war race is really as powerful as the legends say? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. At least you can control me. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King roared. Brat, I don't know what secret technique you used to stimulate your body's potential. That's why your battle prowess has increased. But thinking about it, this secret technique can't last for too long. It can't be compared to my bloodline power. Ignorant. The war race was strong, but not the strongest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have declined. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Do you think that your war race is at its peak? You're courting death. My war race just doesn't want to come out. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Golden Lion King was really angry. The other party actually dared to look down on him and look down on the war race. This was something that the arrogant him couldn't tolerate. Therefore, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and the golden flames on his body danced. In an instant, he turned into a huge golden giant and roared at the sky. Then, a golden flame sword appeared in the golden giant's hand. It turned into a golden dragon and roared in the air. Brat, go to hell! The Golden Lion King roared and swung his arm down. The golden flame sword also slashed down. This move was Lin Xian's ultimate skill, Fire God's Roar. Now that it was used by the Golden Lion King, its power was terrifying. Humph! Let me show you what the real Fire God's Roar is. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The hellfire on his body quickly spread. Then a black giant was quickly formed. Roar! The black giant roared toward the sky and let out a dragon's roar. The surrounding mountain peaks instantly shattered. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Thunder and lightning fell. This energy fluctuation was sensed by everyone within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Instantly, the people on the 8th princes and the 1st princes sighed, raised their heads in astonishment. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw two towering giants tens of thousands of miles away. They stood there as if they could reach the heavens. One was like a god of war in gold, while the other was like a demon king in darkness. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble uncontrollably. This was too shocking. They were all powerful geniuses, yet they were all trembling under such pressure. What kind of strength was this? They couldn't believe it. The people in the Grand Imperial Hall saw the two giant figures standing in the distance through the light screen. Then they all sucked in a cold breath. When they saw the black giant let out a furious roar and shatter the sky, they were even more astonished. This black giant was so strong. This was Lin Xian's giant, one of his ultimate moves. He had seen it before. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the elders who supported the 1st prince, their faces were gloomy. What was going on? It was obvious that the golden giant's aura was suppressed. But how was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King couldn't defeat the other party? Once this thought came out, they were all stunned. How was this possible? The Golden Lion King, the genius of the war tribe, was born for battle. How could there be someone he couldn't defeat? Unless it was a supreme expert, they didn't dare to believe that there was someone who could suppress the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He felt the aura of a dragon from the other party and was instantly shocked. What was going on? Why was there the aura of a dragon? Who was the other party? Could it be someone from the royal family? The dragon's roar. He immediately thought of the royal family. Only the royal family had the aura of a dragon and could let out a dragon's roar. However, Lin Xian wasn't from the royal family. Then why? Could it be because of his cultivation technique? The Golden Lion King's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's cultivation technique to be related to dragons. So what? Even if it was related, it wasn't a real dragon. I don't believe that you can suppress me. The Golden Lion King was enraged. There was a hint of madness in his cold eyes. In the next moment, the rune on his forehead flickered even more. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Mysterious runes revolved around him like divine runes. They were incomparably mysterious. Even the surroundings were filled with an ancient voice. His voice was very low and it shook people's souls. Buzz. When this scene appeared, the golden flames on the surface of his body suddenly blossomed. It was like a huge sun, extremely dazzling. The Golden Lion King's aura rose again. As expected of the genius of the war tribe. Seeing this scene, everyone started to discuss. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could the Golden Lion King be suppressed? That brat dared to fight with the Golden Lion King. He would definitely be killed. It could even increase his strength. It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that the Golden Lion King was indeed a difficult opponent. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. However, it was a pity that it met him. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly activated the great dragon's sword soul. Another loud dragon roar rang out, shattering the clouds in the surroundings. In the next moment, the black giant clenched his fists. Countless black flames danced and turned into a huge flaming sword. However, the huge flaming sword here was too shocking. It wasn't a sword at all. It was a dragon. A huge black flaming dragon was held in the hands of the black giant. The dragon's head roared towards the sky. It was extremely sinister. Roar! On it, even the dragon runes could be seen clearly. Buzz! The sword slashed down, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The terrifying black dragon sword was incomparably terrifying. It directly slashed forward, wanting to split the Golden Lion King into pieces. Die for me! On the other side, the Golden Lion King also roared. He controlled the golden giant and similarly waved the huge flaming sword. In the next moment, the two giants attacked at the same time. Two terrifying, huge swords clashed in the air. Boom, boom, boom. This attack was extremely terrifying. It really had the aura of destruction. An extremely terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions with the two giants as the center. Everywhere it passed, mountains, forests, and rivers collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! Tens of thousands of miles away, the eighth prince, the first prince, and the others who were fighting felt a terrifying surge of energy, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. At this moment, they simply stopped fighting and retreated to the distance to observe the situation. Chapter 2182. The experts and elders in the Grand Imperial Hall widened their eyes as they stared at the screen. Clang! Under everyone's nervous gazes, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The huge golden flaming sword was split in half. Whoosh! The broken half fell to the ground and immediately turned into a sea of golden flames that spread in all directions. The raging flames burned fiercely, but the golden giant roared in anger. In the next moment, it was split in half by the black dragon sword. What? It was split in half. How was this possible? Everyone went crazy. On the first prince's side, the elite experts and elders all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Golden Lion King's golden giant was split in half. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank in disbelief. His opponent actually broke through his attack. How was this possible? How could his opponent be stronger than him? He couldn't believe it. He roared crazily and wanted to block it. However, he realized that the huge black dragon sword was already slashing down rapidly. It would soon engulf him. Ah, get lost. The Golden Lion King unleashed a terrifying attack. A golden armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the long sword slashed down. It was earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers were shattered. A terrifying energy wave turned into a rolling light pillar that rushed into the 9 heavens. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The earth cracked and the void collapsed. The surrounding mountains were also cracked, forming huge rifts. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they stared into the distance. They wanted to know how the Golden Lion King was doing. When the black dragon's sword shadow disappeared, everyone became nervous. They didn't know how the Golden Lion King was doing. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the remnant energy. This voice was filled with killing intent and didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this voice, the first prince and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that this was the Golden Lion King's voice. This meant that the Golden Lion King shouldn't have suffered much damage. Bang! In the next moment, the void was torn apart as the Golden Lion King stepped out. His long golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and his handsome face seemed to have been carved by a knife. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Not only that, when they looked down, everyone was stunned. The exquisite golden battle armor on the Golden Lion King was now filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Not only that, but the area in front of his body caved in. There was an obvious sword mark that slashed it open. This could no longer be considered a golden armor, because large amounts of blood had dyed it red. He was injured. The Golden Lion King was actually heavily injured. Everyone was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, the Golden Lion King's expression was ice cold. The rune between its eyebrows shone even brighter. Even though Zhang Xian's face was pale, the killing intent he exuded was far sharper than before. "Brat, since you dared to hurt me, I'll make you pay back tenfold." The Golden Lion King was truly enraged. He simply couldn't understand why his opponent's might was so much greater than his when they used the same martial skill. This was too illogical. One must know that the Golden Lion King was able to imitate other people's martial skills by combining it with the power of his bloodline. Furthermore, under the effect of his bloodline, the might he imitated would far surpass his opponent's. This kind of divine ability could not only defeat his opponent's hand, but it could also shatter his opponent's confidence and martial heart. But now the divine ability that he was so proud of had actually failed. On the opposite side, Lin Xian sneered. "Why are you surprised? This is just an appetizer. Next, I'll give you a surprise. Damn it, could it be that this brat still has some trump card?" The Golden Lion King frowned. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost, because he discovered that Lin Xian's palms were rapidly forming seals. A ferocious and terrifying aura was rapidly emitted from the imprint. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he use it? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King seemed to have received a huge blow, and he went crazy. Damn it, how can he use the seal of the fearless lion? Impossible. Fake. This must be fake. This brat is trying to confuse me. The Golden Lion King roared, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Fake? Is that so? Then look at this. As he spoke, he waved his palm, and the seal of the fearless lion appeared. A golden lion appeared in the sky and roared towards the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King had truly gone crazy. The other party was actually able to use his divine ability. This was too unexpected. This divine ability was his battle tribe's ultimate skill. No one else could use it. However, how could the other party use it? Damn it, could it be that this brat also knows how to imitate other people's divine ability? But how is this possible? The Golden Lion King was truly stunned. The reason why he could imitate other people's divine ability was because of his battle tribe's bloodline power. Without the bloodline power of the battle tribe, no one else could use it. This was definitely not the seal of the fearless lion. Brat, do you think that just by imitating the shape of a lion, it's the seal of the fearless lion? You won't be able to use its power and essence. The Golden Lion King roared and quickly formed seals with his palm. He also used the seal of the Fearless Lion. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be trying to confuse and deceive him. That's why he used the seal of the Fearless Lion. He guessed that the other party's seal only had the shape of a lion. It didn't have the power and essence of the seal of the Fearless Lion. If that was the case, then it was nothing, because it couldn't threaten him at all. Therefore, he also used the seal of the Fearless Lion and quickly used it. He wanted to shatter the other party's lion. In the sky, the two golden figures collided again and tore apart. However, very soon the Golden Lion King screamed again, because he realized that the seal of the Fearless Lion was broken by the other party. Damn it! How is this possible? Not only was the other party's form the same as his, the power was even stronger than his original version. How is this possible? How could the other party use their battle tribe's divine ability? Furthermore, the power was even stronger than his. The Golden Lion King was about to go crazy. Damn brat, how did you do it? Who exactly are you? The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth. How did you do it? Naturally, I did it too. Lin Xian sneered. Impossible, I don't believe it. The Golden Lion King roared crazily. I can only do this because I have the battle tribe's bloodline. Chapter 2183. So, it was the bloodline of the war tribe. After Lin Xian heard this, he was enlightened. Now he finally found some clues. Damn it, you actually tricked me. The Golden Lion King roared. He didn't expect that the other party was still investigating the secret of his war tribe. This made him mad. Therefore, at the next moment, he attacked again. It's useless. I know everything you know. Moreover, the power is stronger than yours. Therefore, you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian said coldly. These were the words that the Golden Lion King had said to him before. However, he was now returning them back to them. Ah, damn it. I'm going to kill you. The Golden Lion King was mad. This was a slap to his face. He had to kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. What's wrong? Are you angry? Lin Xian sneered. Now, have a taste of my burning sky, scorching sun fist. Boom! Terrifying black flames rose from Lin Xian's fists. Then they danced quickly. Numerous black suns danced in the air, releasing terrifying heat. What he was using now was the ultimate skill that the Golden Lion King used before, the burning sky, scorching sun fist. It was also a terrifying ability of the war tribe. At this moment, when it was used, it really had the aura of destruction. Damn it! Seeing the other party using his war tribe's ultimate skill again, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. Everything was out of his control. Originally, he thought that he could use his bloodline power to simulate Lin Xian's ultimate skill and kill the other party. This way, he could use the most humiliating method to kill the other party. But now he realized that not only did he not succeed, but he was also defeated by the other party. Now his martial heart was about to collapse, because the other party was too mysterious. This battle was truly too depressing. The Golden Lion King looked at Lin Xian. The other party was using his war tribe's ultimate skill. Moreover, the other party was stronger than him. This made him mad. He roared crazily. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered. At the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Brat, I don't believe that you can copy my bloodline power." In the next moment, he used his bloodline's secret skill and attacked madly. Suddenly, the power of his bloodline burst out, and a red light rushed out from his forehead. It turned into a red blood sword and slashed down madly. Bloodline sword. The long sword contained a terrifying bloodline power, and mysterious runes flickered on it. The blood-red long sword rushed out, shattering all the black suns, and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Wang! Lin Xian quickly dodged and used the demigods and semi-devils. He also used the chaotic heaven destroyer's sword to fight back. The two sword techniques clashed fiercely in the air. Clang! It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. The blood-red long sword returned to the Golden Lion King's side and floated in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as sword light bloomed from his body. "Kid, aren't you very powerful? Attack! Make a copy of my bloodline sword." The Golden Lion King sneered again. "How is it? You can't use it anymore, right? Do you think you're very powerful? You can't use the same divine ability as my bloodline power at all." The Golden Lion King sneered disdainfully. He guessed correctly. Lin Xian couldn't copy the divine ability of the bloodline power. However, he sneered in the next moment. "So what if you can't copy it? Could it be that you can copy all my divine abilities?" What a joke! "Of course I can." The Golden Lion King was filled with confidence again. "You don't have bloodline power, so you don't have any secret bloodline skills. As long as it's not a divine ability formed by bloodline power, I can use it. The sword technique you use to resist my bloodline sword should be a heaven tier sword technique, right? I can use it too." The Golden Lion King snorted and quickly activated the bloodline sword beside him. Suddenly, the bloodline sword soared into the sky and quickly danced in the air. It looked exactly the same as the chaotic heaven destroyer sword that Lin Xian used previously. "Kid, do you see that? I can also use heaven tier techniques. However, you can't copy my bloodline sword. Therefore, you will definitely die in this battle. Do you think I only have heaven tier techniques?" Lin Xian's expression was cold as his eyes flickered. The Golden Lion King was right. He couldn't copy the secret technique of the bloodline power. However, so what? He also had many ultimate moves that the other party couldn't copy. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to use his strongest trump card. He didn't want to delay any longer. He had to kill this person in front of him. Buzz! In the next moment, rays of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. They turned into mysterious patterns that covered his entire eyeball. A pair of golden eyes emitted a mysterious aura. Golden eyes? The Golden Lion King was stunned when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end as if he was facing a terrifying threat. Floating light. As expected, the mysterious patterns in Lin Xian's eyes rotated, and he launched a powerful attack. Ah! The Golden Lion King's body trembled. His soul power was hit by a strong impact as if it was going to shatter his soul. In the next moment, he screamed crazily. Anger appeared in his eyes, and the flames on his body surged rapidly. "Damn it! It's a soul attack! Block it for me!" There was a blue necklace around the Golden Lion King's neck. It was emitting a blue radiance. This was a treasure for soul defense. It formed a strong defense to block Lin Xian's floating light attack. However, it was useless. He underestimated Lin Xian's eye technique. If it was an ordinary eye technique, the blue necklace would definitely be able to block it. However, this was an illusion released by the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the Golden Lion King fell for it. Boom! Seeing the scene, Lin Xian decisively made his move. The primal chaos exterminating sword slashed out quickly and ruthlessly on the Golden Lion King's body, sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shattered and the earth sank. The Golden Lion King vomited a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was shattered again. Many of his bones were even broken. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also impacted. The intense pain made him wake up from the illusion. In the next moment, he roared toward the sky. Golden radiance enveloped his body. He quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated the bloodline sword beside him and slashed away the remaining chaotic sword chi. Damn it! This is impossible. The Golden Lion King's face turned ugly once again. The advantage he had gained because of the bloodline sword had disappeared once again. He didn't expect his opponent to use an eye technique. Moreover, it was such a terrifying illusion. Even his soul defense treasure couldn't block it. In the next moment, he roared ferociously. However, Soon the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Kid, I have to say, thank you very much for giving me such a powerful illusion attack." The Golden Lion King was too excited. If he used his bloodline power to perform such an illusion attack, he would definitely be able to heavily injure his opponent. Chapter 2184. Therefore, in the next moment, the bloodline power in his body circulated crazily. His pair of blood-red eyes gradually turned golden. But soon his body trembled and he stood there in a daze. Cold sweat even flowed down his forehead. "Damn it, impossible! This is impossible! Why can't I copy it?" The Golden Lion King was stunned because he realized that he couldn't copy Lin Xian's eye technique at all. What's going on? The Golden Lion King didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't understand how the other party could have something that he couldn't copy. Could it be the power of bloodline? Other than the power of bloodline, he couldn't think of anything else. Because he could even copy a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Damn it, the power of bloodline. You actually have the power of bloodline. The Golden Lion King roared crazily. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary genius and didn't have the power of bloodline. But now he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The other party actually had the power of bloodline, and it was incomparably mysterious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw the Golden Lion King's crazy appearance and sneered. "Why, didn't you say that you could copy all my divine abilities? Now copy it and see." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Golden Lion King was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a slap to his face, and he couldn't even fight back. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared. "Brat, don't be too arrogant. I have soul attacks too. I can still kill you. You have it too? Is that so? Then show it and let me see." The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes flickered like a god, incomparably mysterious. You will see it." The Golden Lion King's expression was cold. His bloodline power circulated crazily. The golden light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of blood red. "My battle race was born for battle and is incomparably powerful. Do you think my battle race doesn't have any divine abilities? Now, I will let you see it." As the Golden Lion King's voice fell, the blood-red light in his eyes became even more monstrous. It was like a sea of blood, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Soul Slash. As his voice fell, countless blood-red light bloomed in his eyes. Ka. The void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Formless energy surged in the sky, and Lin Xian also felt a threat that came from his soul surging toward him. When this energy surged out, even Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Truly worthy of being a genius of the war race, this Golden Lion King was truly too frightening. In fact, he even felt that the other party could stand shoulder to shoulder with supreme beings. This war race was so mysterious. They actually had a soul-level divine ability, and it was so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted. In the next moment, the golden Tao pattern in his right eye rotated and turned into a golden flame. Ran Hun. Golden flames drifted out, formless and formless. The void instantly shattered, unable to withstand it at all. The crimson light began to burn rapidly. Huff! Huff! The golden flame was not big, but it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, many blood-colored rays of light were ignited and burned fiercely, showing signs of spreading for thousands of miles. On the other side, the Golden Lion King held its head and screamed miserably. Its eyes were blank. Roar! It gritted its teeth and waved the bloodline sword beside it, cutting off the connection between the crimson light and itself. Then it retreated thousands of miles, panting heavily. Its face was incomparably pale. As for the crimson light that was cut off, it quickly burned and turned into ashes. Damn it, impossible! How could this be? The Golden Lion King was stunned. The other party's eye technique was actually stronger than his. One had to know that this soul slash was a soul attack that used its bloodline power. It could instantly slash anyone's soul. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. It was a secret technique that belonged to it. Once it was used, no one below the Supreme Being level could resist it. If a Supreme Being was accidentally hit by it, they would probably be seriously injured. However, such a terrifying soul slash was actually burned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. What exactly was that golden flame of the other party? Was it a soul flame condensed from an eye technique? The Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. Even the soul flame of a Supreme Being wasn't that terrifying, unless it was the soul flame of an invincible king. However, the other party was obviously not an invincible king. In fact, he was just a 6-star king like it. No matter how strong the soul power was, how strong could it be? Why was the soul flame so terrifying? Could it be that it wasn't the soul flame? Then what was it? The Golden Lion King's face was incomparably ugly. However, in the next moment, all the hair on its body stood up, because it realized that the golden flame was quickly floating towards it. Its soul felt threatened. The Golden Lion King's face instantly turned green. If it was enveloped by this thing, its soul would probably be ignited. At that time, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. Moreover, it would be an injury that would be very difficult to recover from. Damn it! The Golden Lion King was like a golden lightning, constantly dodging and teleporting in the air. However, the golden flame seemed to be staring at it. No matter how it dodged, it couldn't escape. Bloodline sword. Kill it. There was no other way. The Golden Lion King could only activate the bloodline sword beside it. Whoosh! The bloodline sword bloomed with runes and turned into a bolt of lightning. It instantly flew out and slashed at the golden flame. Boom! This attack was too terrifying. The explosive energy directly blew up everything. The bloodline sword was indeed mysterious and incomparably terrifying. It contained the bloodline power of the war tribe. Therefore, even if the golden flame was summoned by the Tianji Divine Eyes, it was still affected. The golden flame on it was somewhat dim. However, the bloodline sword wasn't in a good state either. The blood-colored light on it was flickering like boiling water. It was about to be ignited. The blood-colored light quickly slashed the entire bloodline sword, as if it was about to melt. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's face turned ugly. It roared crazily. Damn it, how could it be like this? This was impossible. It knew how powerful the bloodline sword was. There was absolutely nothing that could block it. However, the golden flame was actually able to block it. Damn it, kill it for me. The Golden Lion King roared crazily and poured all its bloodline power into the sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword bloomed with a strange light. However, on the other side, Lin Xian also activated the Tianji Divine Eyes. The mysterious runes shone with golden light. The golden flame also became stronger. Boom! 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 The flame flickered, able to ignite the bloodline sword. There was no other way. Seeing that the bloodline sword was about to melt, the Golden Lion King gritted its teeth and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Block it for me. It roared and directly detonated the bloodline sword. Immediately, the bloodline sword exploded, turning into a blood-colored energy ball and spreading in all directions. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly covered by the blood-colored energy ball, and it was still continuing. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, 50,000 miles was completely covered. Chapter 2185. The 8th prince, the 1st prince, and the others also felt their scalps go numb as they frantically retreated. They retreated to 70,000 miles away once again, their faces filled with fear. The area in front of them was completely enveloped by the blood-colored energy. They couldn't see clearly at all. The royal elders and experts in the Grand Imperial Hall all frowned and cried out in alarm. They couldn't see the details of the previous battle clearly. Therefore, they didn't know that the Golden Lion King had used the bloodline sword. They also didn't know that Lin Xian had used the heavenly secret, divine eyes. Otherwise, they would have gone even crazier than now. They could only see a blood-colored ball of energy covering a radius of 50,000 miles. The terrifying scene caused them to be extremely shocked. However, they couldn't figure out what kind of attack it was. The blood-colored ball of light lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. Then, the world regained its clarity. The violent energy also gradually disappeared. However, the eighth prince and the others didn't dare to approach. They could only wait in bewilderment. In front of them, the Golden Lion King's armor was mostly shattered. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Blood flowed from his body. It was abnormally red. He frantically made the bloodline sword explode and finally blocked the golden flame. However, he also suffered from the impact and was heavily injured. On the other side, the dragon's sword domain on Lin Xian's body slowly dispersed. The black armor on his body was also mostly shattered. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. The impact just now had also injured him. At this moment, he took out a few elixirs and quickly consumed them. The longevity art in his body circulated rapidly and healed his injuries. Although he was injured, his eyes were incomparably sharp. Damn it, how is this possible? This is impossible. On the other side, the Golden Lion King roared crazily. He stared at Lin Xian. Looking at those golden eyes, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this was some kind of eye technique? Heavenly secret, divine eyes. You're from the heavenly secret race. The Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. The heavenly secret race was an even more mysterious race than the war race. However, the heavenly secret race was also at the peak of the ancient era. They had already gone extinct for tens of thousands of years. There probably wasn't a single member of the Heaven's legacy race left alive on the continent. However, his golden eyes were simply too similar to the legendary heavenly fate god eyes. The Golden Lion King could not help but be suspicious of its might. Damn it! Just what is your relationship with the Heaven's legacy race? Are you from the Heaven's legacy race? The Golden Lion King had a malevolent expression. As for Lin Xian, he was frowning. Had he been recognized? Sure enough, his golden eyes were too eye-catching. This Golden Lion King should have guessed it. But since that was the case, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Nether Devil sword, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Since you've guessed it, I can't let you live. Killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. He had decided to kill this Golden Lion King. Although it was very risky and might incur the wrath of the heavens, he could not let the news of him possessing the heavenly secret godly eyes spread out. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. He was afraid that the people from the Tai dynasty would also attack him. After all, the heavenly secret godly eyes was an extremely mysterious eye. It was rumored that it was related to the reincarnation sword. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the power of the heavenly secret godly eyes was enough to drive everyone crazy. Want to kill me? Not so easy. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. He was very sure that his opponent's eyes were the legendary heavenly secret godly eyes. He did not expect that he would encounter the heavenly secret godly eyes one day. Brat, I did not expect you to possess the heavenly secret godly eyes. Since that's the case, I will not let you go. After obtaining your eyes, perhaps no one in the world will be my match. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to obtain information related to the reincarnation sword. The Golden Lion King laughed crazily. He took out countless treasures from his storage ring and consumed them without any regard for his life. Right now, he needed to quickly heal his injuries and kill Lin Xian. Whoosh! Brat, I admit that you are very powerful and have the heavenly secret godly eyes. But if I fight with my life on the line, you are definitely not my match. Speaking until here, the bloodline power in his body began to burn. A scarlet flame wrapped around him. Boom! The Golden Lion King's power and aura erupted once again. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He had even surpassed the peak experts, burning his bloodline power. At this moment, everyone could feel the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King. The first prince and the others were extremely shocked. The imperial elders also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of situation did the Golden Lion King encounter? Why did he have to burn his bloodline power? This was a way to fight with his life on the line. Even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would be severely injured. His cultivation might even drop. He might even need to spend hundreds or thousands of years to recover. However, the Golden Lion King actually burned his bloodline power without any regard for anything else. Could it be that Lin Xian was already so powerful? Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so crazy. He did not hesitate to burn his bloodline power and burn his life to snatch the heavenly secret, godly eyes. It seemed like his prediction was right. He had to kill the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, when the other experts got the news, they would probably hunt him down at all costs. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The power of the Golden Lion King's bloodline burned and turned into 18 ancient runes, protecting his head. Brat, it's useless. Your heavenly secret, godly eyes can't hurt me this time. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. 18 incomparably ancient runes ignited the power of its bloodline and protected its head, which also protected its soul. Without the heavenly secret, godly eyes, let's see what you can use to fight me. Boom! Speaking until here, the Golden Lion King's aura erupted. Then he quickly charged over. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The golden fist in his hand was wrapped in blood-red flames as he ruthlessly punched out. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's strength increased by several folds. There was no other way. The burning of his bloodline power was too terrifying. Boom! Lin Xian was forced back. The black armor on his body was completely shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely gloomy. Ha ha ha, did you see that? You can't even block one of my punches. Now obediently die for me. Seeing that he had forced his opponent back with one punch, the Golden Lion King laughed proudly again. He didn't dare to delay. After all, what he burned was his bloodline power. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into lightning and charged over again. He wanted to use the fastest time to finish off his opponent. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the two secret techniques, floating light and soul ignition. The golden light in his eyes erupted and swept out. However, it was blocked by the opponent's 18 ancient runes. Indeed, under the effect of the Golden Lion King burning his bloodline power, it finally blocked his heavenly secret, godly eyes. Unless Lin Xian also burned his soul power, he might be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian wouldn't do that. Chapter 2186. Unless Lin Xian also desperately burned his soul power, he might be able to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian would not do that. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that move. After being blasted back again, Lin Xian clenched his fist and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar rushed out from his body. Buzz! At the same time, the dragon's sword domain spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The sword chi it emitted blocked everyone's view. King domain against me? It's useless, kid. Your domain is no threat to me. Seeing Lin Xian use the king domain to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, the Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he floated in the sky. He did not answer the other party, nor did he plan to use the dragon's sword domain to kill the other party. He planned to use the dragon's sword soul in his body to kill the other party. Buzz! Therefore, he wanted to use the king domain to block the view of others. After all, the dragon's sword soul was comparable to the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was more mysterious, It was something that could make people go crazy. If the secret of him having the dragon sword soul was leaked, it would not only affect the entire central continent, but also the entire true spirit world. Everyone in the 5 continents would desperately hunt him down. Those invincible kings were no exception. Perhaps even the sages would come out to kill him and seize the dragon's sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if a divine dragon had appeared in the world. Boom! 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 A deep dragon roar sounded, and the surrounding space shattered. It could not withstand this energy at all. A terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King was extremely shocked. He stopped moving, and his body was surrounded by a bloody light as he looked in front of him in shock. He did not expect Lin Xian to have other trump cards other than the heavenly secret divine eyes. Moreover, this energy fluctuation was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes. What was that? The Golden Lion King looked ahead with a gloomy face. He discovered that there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It was very ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was going to break through the sky. The Golden Lion King was shocked. Suddenly, the burning red flames on its body began to surge and jump as if it had become crazy. Not only that, but all the flames danced forward as if they wanted to kneel down and worship their king. What was going on? The Golden Lion King was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. How could such a thing happen to the other party? Could this be related to the great dragon sword soul? In the distance, the Golden Lion King was even more astonished. That was because it was not only the red flames on his body. The bloodline power in his body was also rapidly pulsating like a war drum, abnormally rumbling. In the end, it was even about to leave his body. Damn it, what's going on? How could my bloodline power have changed? The Golden Lion King was stupefied. He had never encountered such an unforeseen change in the power of his bloodline. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared straight ahead. Could it be that it was because of that sword shadow? He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. However, the only thing that could make his bloodline power tremble so crazily was probably that thing. Damn it! How could the other party have such a thing? The Golden Lion King did not dare to believe it. Their war tribe had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, but they could not find it. How could it be in the hands of a brat? The Golden Lion King felt his breathing become hurried, and his blood was boiling. He was simply too shocked. That thing was even more terrifying than the heavenly secret divine eyes, an even more terrifying existence. It was also what their war tribe had been searching for all this time. The great dragon sword. Damn it, you actually have the great dragon sword. The Golden Lion King finally gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian's brows twitched, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect that the other party would recognize his great dragon sword soul the moment it appeared. How was this possible? Could it be that the Golden Lion King knew so much about the great dragon sword? Or could it be that he knew about the great dragon sword? You actually know about the great dragon sword? This is really unexpected. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Golden Lion King snorted coldly, and a trace of madness appeared in its eyes. Brat, I have to say that you have given me too many surprises. You have the heavenly secret divine eyes, a heaven-defying eye technique. Now, you even have the great dragon sword soul. I don't know how the great dragon sword soul ended up in your body. However, you are not worthy of possessing such a sacred item. This is something that belongs to our war tribe. Now hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death. Something that belongs to your war tribe? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. What was going on? How was the war tribe related to the great dragon sword? He was extremely surprised because the corpse of the 4th generation successor of the dragon sword was in Black Earth. Now that he had obtained the great dragon sword soul, logically speaking, he should be the 5th-generation successor of the great dragon sword. However, what was the relationship with the war tribe? Could it be that someone from the war tribe had obtained the great dragon sword before? Was it the 2nd-generation successor or the 3rd-generation successor? Or was there some other reason? Lin Xian did not know. When he asked He Tu also shook his head. He had never heard of the war tribe being related to the great dragon sword. Humph! Thus, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't care what relationship your war tribe has with the great dragon sword, but now it belongs to me. What a load of nonsense. Belongs to you? Brat, you are too reckless. The Golden Lion King roared. Our war tribe was born for battle. This great dragon sword was born to belong to us. Since you are not willing to hand it over obediently, then don't blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline power again and charged over madly. Boom! The Golden Lion King tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and a blood-colored palm grabbed at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He wanted to snatch it away. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. You dare to snatch my dragon-shaped sword shadow? You are courting death. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and let out a resonant dragon roar. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi tore through the void and slashed at the Golden Lion King. Buzz! The Golden Lion King dodged rapidly and appeared on the other side of Lin Xian in an instant. At the same time, both of his hands quickly formed seals. One after another, mysterious and simple runes flew out from his fingertips. At the same time, he let out a series of strange syllables. It was as if he was speaking from the outer world. Buzz! As if it was affected, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand also let out a dragon roar. What was going on? He was actually able to affect the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, in the next moment, he grabbed the great dragon sword soul, and the energy in his body quickly circulated. Instantly, the connection was severed. Soon after, the sword Qi swept out again. Bang! This time, the Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword Qi. A huge sword wound appeared on its body. Fresh blood flowed out crazily, and it was almost split into 2. Chapter 2187. The Golden Lion King was directly sent flying by the sword Qi, and a huge sword wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed wildly, and he was almost cut in half. As for his expression, it was also one of extreme fear. Damn it! This is impossible. How can you cut off my connection with the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King was too shocked because their war tribe had a mysterious connection with the great dragon sword. The seal and the strange sound he sent out before were all used to communicate with the great dragon sword. Although it was his first time using it, it was an ancient record of their war tribe. There was no way it was wrong. Moreover, the great dragon sword soul also let out a loud sound as if it was responding. Originally, he thought he could control the great dragon sword soul, but he didn't expect that his connection would be cut off in an instant. The other party could actually control the great dragon sword soul completely. How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and frantically used this secret technique, wanting to communicate with the great dragon sword soul. But this time it failed. Lin Xian and the great dragon sword soul seemed to have merged into one. He continuously sent out dragon-shaped sword Qi, slashing in all directions. This caused the Golden Lion King to continuously retreat, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? I don't believe it. How did you completely subdue the great dragon sword soul? The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. He had learned about the great dragon sword soul's mysteriousness from the ancient records of the war tribe. That was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. Whoever grasped it would obtain the strongest power. However, the more violent the power, the harder it was to control. It was rumored that even saints couldn't completely control it. But now this kid, a 6-star king, could actually completely control the great dragon sword soul. He didn't dare to believe it. Damn it, this can't be real. The Golden Lion King gritted his teeth and roared. But in the next moment he turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, because he didn't plan to continue fighting. He wanted to go back. He wanted to leave this place and return to his family. He wanted the war tribe to send out countless experts to snatch the great dragon sword soul. He definitely couldn't let the great dragon sword soul fall into the hands of others. Buzz! The Golden Lion King turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast. Wanna leave? Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. At the same time, he activated the dragon's sword domain around him and sent out streams of sword chi to form a sword net cage, sealing off the space and preventing the Golden Lion King from escaping. He had already used 2 of his trump cards, completely exposing his identity and secret. How could he allow the other party to escape? Pum! The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword chi. It tore through the void and instantly enveloped the Golden Lion King. Roar! The Golden Lion King was so scared that his scalp went numb. All the hair on his body stood up, because this sword chi was simply too terrifying. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes as he quickly cut open his palm. Countless runes condensed in his palm, accompanied by a stream of scarlet blood. Boom! This was a secret magic formed by his bloodline power. Behind him, a bloody figure took his place. Pum! The bloody man was split into 2 halves by the sword. As for the Golden Lion King, it appeared 1,000 miles away. It was in an extremely sorry state, but it was running away as if it had gone mad. He dodged it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have so many secret skills. It was actually able to dodge his dragon-shaped sword chi. This really surprised him. However, this made it even more impossible for him to let the other party leave. In the next moment, he gathered the energy in his body again and prepared to launch the second dragon-shaped sword chi. However, at this moment, the dragon's sword domain around him trembled rapidly. It turned into a torrential sword light and flew toward the Golden Lion King. Scram! The Golden Lion King roared toward the sky. It burned its bloodline power again, without caring about the price. It formed a blood-colored lion and directly shattered the void. Buzz! The Golden Lion King stepped into the blood-colored whirlpool and appeared a few thousand miles away again. The moment he appeared, he ran for his life. That was the Golden Lion King. He came out. He was fine. In the distance, the first prince and the others looked into the distance and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Golden Lion King to be the first to come out. Could it be that he won? Thinking of this, the first prince laughed crazily. He was extremely excited. That's great. The Golden Lion King won and killed that brat. In this way, they could join hands and kill the 8th prince. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was extremely ugly. If Lin Xian was killed, they would no longer have any chance of winning. The 8th prince's face was even more gloomy. He shook his head crazily. Impossible. Brother Lin couldn't be killed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King could kill him. Pum! In the next moment, the void in the distance shattered. Following that, another figure quickly appeared. It was Lin Xian. Baleful aura surrounded his body. A terrifying sword light covered a radius of more than 10 meters, forming a sword world. Others couldn't see it clearly. He did this because he wanted to hide the heavenly secret divine eyes and the great dragon sword spirit. When his aura appeared, the 8th prince and the others in the distance exclaimed, "Lin Xian!" It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian also came out. He didn't die. That's great. The 8th prince's side was excited. On the other hand, the 1st prince's side was gloomy. Damn it. What's going on? This kid didn't die. This was far beyond their expectations. At this moment, even the royal elders and almighty experts in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely surprised. Previously, they could only see the terrifying energy shock waves. Now, they could finally see the two figures. However, these two people were too mysterious. One of them was shrouded in a blood-red light, and it was hard to tell him apart. The other was shrouded in a sharp sword chi, and it was also hard to see him clearly. However, they could still distinguish who was who. The one with blood-red aura was naturally the Golden Lion King. That blood-red aura should be the power of bloodline. The one whose body was filled with sword chi was naturally Lin Xian. After all, he was an incomparably terrifying swordsman. But soon they were stunned, because after Lin Xian came out, he shouted coldly, "Want to leave? Do you think you can leave?" As he spoke, a terrifying sword light shot out rapidly, forming a huge dragon in the air and surging forward. Damn it! The blood-red figure in front roared and struck out a huge blood-red palm. It was like the palm of a Buddha, fiercely slapping towards the void. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The blood-red palm slapped on the terrifying sword chi, forming a huge energy storm. But soon, the blood-red palm was cut open. Countless blood surged in all directions. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted and turned around to escape. What's going on? The Golden Lion King escaped? The almighty experts on the 1st prince's side were all dumbfounded. Even the 1st prince's mouth twitched. His face was gloomy. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were even more shocked. Heavens, did the Golden Lion King lose? Why did it escape? To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2188. To be honest, they were all confused. They had no idea what was going on. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Previously, they were worried that Lin Xian would be killed. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. The one at a disadvantage was definitely the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, with his character and identity, it would be impossible for him to escape. Today, you won't be able to escape. Behind him, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and chased after him with extreme speed. The two of them were very fast and disappeared into the void in an instant. Damn it, chase after them. The 1st prince roared angrily and led his men to quickly catch up. The 8th prince waved his hand and said, "Let's go and support Brother Lin." They were too excited. As long as they could defeat the Golden Lion King, their side would win for sure. Therefore, these people all soared into the sky and chased after them. In an instant, a great chase began. Inside the Grand Imperial Palace, these people looked at the flickering figure on the screen and were all stunned. At this moment, the royal elders, experts, and the other princes were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The incomparably powerful genius of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King, was actually being chased. Moreover, he was being chased by a 6-star king. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The queen's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. Killing intent surged out of her body. Inside her sleeves, a pair of jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be? How could the Golden Lion King be chased? She was about to go crazy because she couldn't accept the fact in front of her eyes. That was the Golden Lion King. He was the genius of the war tribe. His strength was terrifying. In addition to the power of his bloodline, no one below the realm of supreme experts could suppress him, not to mention defeating him. But now the Golden Lion King was actually running for his life. It was as if he had gone crazy and even burned his bloodline power. This meant that the Golden Lion King was defeated. Moreover, he lost miserably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running. He couldn't understand. What kind of technique or ability could defeat the Golden Lion King. On the other side, the Golden Lion King frowned and ran for his life. However, he was incomparably shocked because he found out that Lin Xian was chasing after him. He couldn't escape. Pum! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and infused it with the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It was like a streak of divine red, releasing a terrifying power. Pum! This sword was powerful and heavy. It was like the roar of a giant dragon as it charged forward. Instantly, a part of the sky exploded. Whoosh! Pum! The Golden Lion King dodged with extreme speed, wanting to avoid this sword. However, he was still swept through by the sword wave. He was immediately sent flying, shattering the void, shattering the great earthquake below. Kill! Lin Xian's figure flickered, holding the dragon heart sword shadow in his hand as he charged downwards. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sword light completely submerged the ground below. Suddenly, the ground was struck down, forming a bottomless black hole. As for the Golden Lion King, it ignited its bloodline power without any regard for its life and soared into the sky. However, the injuries on his body were even more terrifying. There were 5 or 6 sword wounds on his back, and each of them revealed deep white bones. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a genius of the war race and had a strong physique, as well as the power of his bloodline, the sword energy would have already torn him to pieces. Even so, he was still severely injured. Right now, he could only escape by igniting his life force without paying any price. In the distance, the first prince and the 8th prince were leading experts and flying at extreme speed. However, their speed wasn't as fast as the 2 of them. Hence, they were tens of thousands of miles away from them. However, these people were also rushing with all their might. When they sensed the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. However, at the next moment, they sensed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had once again left their range of perception. This won't do. First Prince, the 2 of them are too fast. We can't keep up. Even if we can't, we have to keep up. We have to pay attention to them. We can't lose them. The first prince roared crazily. The key to success or failure this time was the Golden Lion King. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to the Golden Lion King. On the other side, the 8th prince's expression was also grave. He didn't say anything. He only circulated his dragon aura with all his strength, enveloping everyone as he flew rapidly. In front, the Golden Lion King's face was incomparably pale. He had already suffered great injuries and could die at any time. Thinking of this, he roared crazily. "Damn brat, you dare to kill me? You're dead meat. I'm from the war race. If you kill me, the war race won't let you off." At the back, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't slow down at all. "Threatening me? Do you think I'll be afraid? Since you know my secret, I won't let you off." Damn it. The Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. The other party actually wasn't threatened at all. It really drove him crazy. However, he snorted again. "You better think carefully. If you kill me, not to mention the war race, even the Tai dynasty won't let you off. They will definitely capture you and hand you over to the war race. Moreover, as long as my war race gives you the conditions, the whole world will crazily hunt you down." Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword chi in his hand slashed out again, slashing towards the Golden Lion King. This time the Golden Lion King didn't dodge. Half of its body was enveloped by the dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly turned into powder. Blood crazily flowed, piercing through the void. The mountain below collapsed. The Golden Lion King frantically struggled with a malevolent expression. Because it was too painful, half of its body was completely hacked apart. The terrifying sword chi still filled the remaining part of its body. Pain, madness, shock, panic, all kinds of emotions filled it. As a genius of the war race, it had never suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, it was in danger of being killed at any time. "Kid, die for me." The Golden Lion King's expression was crazed. It discovered that the half of its body that was hacked apart couldn't be restored. After all, it knew the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was impossible for it to resist that kind of power. Therefore, it decided to risk its life. Kid, so what if you kill me? I want you to die. You must die. I want you and the great dragon sword spirit to be buried with me. The Golden Lion King had really gone crazy. It decided to use its own life as the price to kill the other party. In the next moment, the remaining half of its body burned fiercely. The power of its bloodline was ignited, releasing an incomparable power. At this moment, the Golden Lion King's aura rose without limit. It's over. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Soon after, he kept the 9-nether devil sword. He pulled out the broken ancient sword, and a monstrous power surged out from the ancient sword. Heaven-ranked treasure sword. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's pupils shrank. This is your heavenly treasure. It was incomparably frightened. It turned around and fled. What a joke! It didn't even have the thought of risking its life. Chapter 2189. He was terrified as he turned around and fled. What a joke! He didn't even have the thought of risking his life. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the priceless sword and the great dragon sword soul. Buzz! With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were shattered. The heaven-ranked sword was too sharp. It instantly took away half of Lin Xian's strength. The power of the great dragon sword's soul covered the sword. The aura of the dragon's sword's soul burst out and shrouded the Golden Lion King. No! A miserable cry rang out. Then, an infinite amount of sword chi burst out. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, huge sword chi pierced through the clouds. Boom! 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 Behind them, the first prince saw this scene and roared crazily. Stop! They stopped tens of thousands of miles away and looked ahead. Their faces were extremely ugly. The 8th prince's side also stopped. They carefully floated in the void because the power in front of them was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy them. Therefore, they didn't dare to move forward. They could only wait far behind. In front of them, the huge sword chi was still there, covering the heaven and earth. At this moment, a figure walked out from the torrential sword chi. Lin Xian! It's Lin Xian! It's that brat! Everyone exclaimed. Then they looked at each other again. But soon they were stunned. Where's the Golden Lion King? Why didn't the Golden Lion King come out? They didn't know, but no one dared to move forward because the sword chi was still there. Lin Xian held the demonic sword and walked towards the first prince. At the same time, he said coldly, 8th prince, it's time to deal with them. What? The first prince was shocked. The powerful figures behind him were also shocked. What's going on? Why is he attacking now? Could it be that the Golden Lion King was killed? The 8th prince was also puzzled. He subconsciously asked, Brother Lin, that Golden Lion King won't come out to fight with us again, right? Don't worry, he won't come out again. Lin Xian said coldly. The first prince and the others were shocked. What does he mean? Won't come out again? They looked ahead, bewildered. However, the light in front of them was so bright that they couldn't see clearly. But at this moment, Lin Xian made his move. He used the chaotic sky-splitting sword, and the terrifying sword technique instantly surged forward. Kill! The 8th prince's side let out a furious roar and attacked too. Damn it, block for me! Block it for me! The first prince roared furiously as the King Realm experts around him attacked with all their might. A great battle broke out once again. However, everyone was confused, especially the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall. All of them frowned, because until now, the sword chi had yet to disappear, and the Golden Lion King's silhouette had yet to appear. Could it be that the Golden Lion King was trapped inside? Their eyes flickered, but for now, they could only focus on the battle. Because this was the final battle. Who would become the crown prince? The situation of the crown prince was not looking good. Without the Golden Lion King, there was probably no one who could resist Lin Xian. That was indeed the case. However, after such a long battle, Lin Xian shouldn't have much strength left. I hope so. I wonder if the first prince and the others will be able to hold on. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The other prince's eyes flickered. To be honest, from the current situation, the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince was actually the 8th prince. When such a conclusion appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe it, because before this, everyone thought that the first prince was the one who had the highest chance of becoming the crown prince. But now, that might not be the case anymore. The Empress' face was gloomy. She was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The scene in front of her was extremely unfavorable for the first prince. Also, the Golden Lion King situation made her even more confused. Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was trapped? But what kind of array could trap the Golden Lion King? From the beginning to the end, these people, including the Empress, never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed. Because, in their opinion, no one would dare to touch the Golden Lion King. At most, they would injure him. However, it was impossible to kill the Golden Lion King, not to mention Lin Xian. Even the members of the royal family did not dare to kill the Golden Lion King, because the Golden Lion King was from the war race. Moreover, he was a peerless genius of the war race. Killing him was equivalent to enraging the war race. With the terror of the war race, no one could withstand it. Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. The first prince's side was forced to retreat, although there were many Almighties besieging Lin Xian. They even wanted to exhaust Lin Xian's strength. However, they realized that Lin Xian's strength did not weaken at all. It was as if the strength in his body was inexhaustible. It was shocking. How could they know that Lin Xian had many heavenly treasures in his hands? He could definitely recover quickly. Moreover, the miraculous art of longevity was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, this battle was completely one-sided. With the addition of Lin Xian, the 8th prince's side became fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the Almighties around the first prince were sent flying one by one. In the end, there were only 2 elite Almighties around the first prince. As for the first prince, many cracks appeared on his body. Even his tough battle armor was shattered. It's over. The first prince lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The royal elders, the Almighties, and the other princes were all shocked. The queen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The murderous intent in her eyes pierced through the void. On the other hand, the emperor at the side said lightly. His eyes flickered. No one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. However, one could guess that he was also very surprised. The first prince and the 2 Almighties fought back crazily. However, in the end, they could not escape the fate of being eliminated. In the end, only the 8th prince managed to stay in the second round. He also obtained all the jade talismans and trump cards. We won. We actually won. The Almighties around the 8th prince were all excited and laughed crazily. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other young geniuses were extremely excited. They could not believe that they had won in the end. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld gasped. To be honest, they did not expect this to be the outcome. Although the 8th prince was powerful before, there was still a certain gap between him and the first prince. They were not confident that they could become the crown prince in the end. However, with the help of Lin Xian, they managed to defeat the first prince and clinch the final victory. The 8th prince trembled with excitement. He came in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, and shouted happily, "Brother Lin won. I won. I'm the crown prince. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, 8th prince." Lin Xian said with a smile, "Congratulations, 8th prince. Congratulations, 8th prince." Taoist Master Long, the Lord of the Underworld, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others also cheered. Chapter 2190. Congratulations to the Crown Prince. The elders and princes who supported the eighth prince in the grand imperial hall clapped their hands and laughed when they saw the scene on the screen. They were too excited. King Valerium was shocked when he saw the screen. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, he had played such a big role. On the other hand, the elders who supported De Huanzi were ashen-faced. The other Huanzi had different expressions on their faces. The fourth prince sighed. I didn't expect that the final winner would be the eighth prince. We didn't guess it at all. That's right. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He had managed to turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. One could conquer the world with one person. Previously, they had thought that it was a legend. They did not expect such a person to exist. The fourth prince was still fine. He was just lamenting. On the other hand, the third prince was furious. He did not expect the eighth prince to be the final winner. He could not accept it. He could accept it if the first prince was the final winner. After all, the first prince was stronger than him. However, the final winner was the eighth prince. A prince who was on par with him in terms of strength had now become the crown prince. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. It was not a problem to be defeated by someone who was better than him. However, he could not accept being surpassed by someone who was on par with him. That was how the third prince felt. However, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, he knew that the eighth prince's status would be different from now on. He would be the crown prince above him. There was no way he could take revenge. However, the same could not be said for the other person. Lin Xian, I will not let you go. The third prince's eyes were cold. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a young genius. Moreover, he would not stay by the eighth prince's side for the rest of his life. As long as Lin Xian left the palace, the third prince could definitely send a peerless expert to kill him. He laughed coldly when he thought of this. He felt that there was no need for him to do anything. The first prince should be even angrier than him. With the first prince's status and the empress's background, how could he let this kid go? Let's see how you die this time. The third prince laughed coldly. The first prince was indeed furious. As soon as he was teleported out, he roared at the sky. His murderous aura was like a god of death. To be honest, his lungs were about to explode. He had lost. He never thought that he would lose the competition and let the eighth prince take the position of crown prince. This was beyond his wildest dreams. The surrounding powerful beings shook their heads and sighed. They had not expected this either. The first prince was the empress child. His strength was incomparably terrifying, adding on the fact that he had the war race's genius. How could such a person lose? But in the end he was defeated. He had lost to the eighth prince. It had to be said that the eighth prince was definitely the biggest dark horse. Damn it, Lin Xian. I will definitely kill you. I won't let you off so easily. The first prince gritted his teeth. In his opinion, he had lost because of Lin Xian. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have lost. At the thought of this, the crown prince's gaze swept across his surroundings. Around him were the powerful experts and almighties who had been teleported out with him. These people shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were ashen. However, the first prince frowned and asked coldly, "Where's the Golden Lion King?" Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. Then they turned their heads and found that the Golden Lion King was nowhere to be seen. What was going on? These experts were puzzled. They were too sad previously and didn't pay attention to the people around them. Now that they looked around, they didn't find any trace of the Golden Lion King. The first prince frowned. At this moment, one of the experts said, "Could it be that he left earlier than us?" "Impossible. This place is sealed. Only I can lead you out. Even if the others teleported out earlier, they can only wait here." The first prince's eyes were gloomy. Then he said, "Come, follow me to the Grand Imperial Hall." The first prince's face was gloomy. He led these people to the Grand Imperial Hall. When they arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, Everyone looked at them with complicated expressions. The first prince snorted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. Then his frown deepened, because there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? The Empress also stood up. Mother, there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. Could it be that he didn't come here? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King disappeared? After hearing this, the Empress also frowned. The Golden Lion King didn't appear here. Men, go and check the surroundings. See if there's any trace of the Golden Lion King. Soon, the guards in the palace came to report that there was no trace of the Golden Lion King. What was going on? Everyone was discussing. Could it be that the Golden Lion King felt that he had lost face and decided to stay here and leave? That was possible. After all, he was a peerless genius. He probably didn't want to lose face. However, some people shook their heads and snorted. Impossible. A person like the Golden Lion King wouldn't leave so easily. He would definitely stay here and fight with Lin Xian until the end. Moreover, even if he left the palace, he would be detected by the experts guarding the palace. That was right. The Golden Lion King was so conceited and arrogant. How could he allow himself to be defeated? He would definitely challenge Lin Xian again. But now, the Golden Lion King had disappeared. What was going on? Let's wait for the 8th prince and the others to come out and ask Lin Xian. Everyone waited patiently. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others were also teleported out. Then, they walked towards the Grand Imperial Hall. When the 8th prince and the others arrived at the Grand Imperial Hall, they attracted everyone's attention again. It couldn't be helped. He was the future crown prince. If nothing went wrong, he would be the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. However, not everyone's gaze was friendly. At least, the 3rd prince and the 1st prince looked cold, especially the 1st prince. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. On the 8th prince's side, Lin Xian also frowned. He realized that many people were looking at him with a trace of doubt. Lin Xian was also very confused. What were these guys looking at? But at this time, the 1st prince stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. He shouted coldly, "Kid, let me ask you, where is your Golden Lion King?" When he said this, the 8th prince and the others were puzzled. What did the Golden Lion King have to do with them? Lin Xian laughed coldly as well. Could it be that the 1st prince had lost his mind because of his loss? The Golden Lion King was invited by you. What did it have to do with me? Chapter 2191. That's right, the Golden Lion King has nothing to do with me. The 8th prince also opened his mouth. The crown prince coldly snorted. What does it have to do with you? The Golden Lion King has already disappeared. What do you think it has to do with you? Brat, you were the one who fought the Golden Lion King. We don't know what happened in the end. Where did you take him? The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Even the Empress and the Emperor turned to look at him. There was nothing they could do. The Golden Lion King was too important. If they lost him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the war race. What's there to say? He lost and I left. How would I know what would happen next? Lin Xian sneered. I guess he lost and didn't have the face to stay here. Maybe he left the palace long ago. That's right. Maybe he found a place to hide. He might even have left. Duan Qingqing also said. Impossible. The crown prince coldly snorted. There was a record of anyone who left the palace. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the Golden Lion King was, it was impossible for him to leave the palace quietly. However, the experts guarding the palace didn't find any record of the Golden Lion King leaving. This meant that the Golden Lion King didn't leave at all. The entire palace has been searched by us. We didn't find the Golden Lion King's whereabouts. Then tell me, where is he? The Crown Prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. The others were also discussing. Some people even guessed that the Golden Lion King might still be in the space of the second stage. That was impossible. He was the Crown Prince's man. If the Crown Prince was teleported out, he must have been teleported out as well. That might not be the case. There was an exception. What's the situation? Someone asked. However, a royal elder said in a deep voice, Killed. The people who died in there wouldn't be teleported out. What? Killed? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps were numb. The Golden Lion King was killed? How was that possible? Who had the guts to kill the Golden Lion King? Everyone was dumbfounded and started discussing spiritedly. The eighth prince's side was also shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian, and even the eighth prince turned his head. Brother Lin? To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Before this, he had never thought in this direction. That was because he knew that Lin Xian was a smart person. He naturally knew the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Xian had killed him. But now the Golden Lion King did not appear at all. And there was only one reason why it did not appear. Therefore, he was also very confused and could only look at Lin Xian. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin, she looked at the Crown Prince and coldly spoke. How strong was the war race's genius? How could he be killed by him? Or are you saying that you've been eliminated and have no chance of becoming the Crown Prince, and now you want to take revenge and frame me? You. The Crown Prince was furious. The King Realm experts on the Crown Prince's side also stared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in their eyes. The Crown Prince sneered. Take revenge on you? I have plenty of ways to take revenge on you. Any peerless almighty would be able to kill you. Do you think I will use such a method? That might not be the case. Using a King Realm expert is not good for your reputation. If you use such a method, you can get rid of me and also rope in the war race. Why not? Lin Xian sneered. At the side, the eighth prince also said in a deep voice, Boss, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Old 8, do you dare to lecture me now? The Crown Prince was furious. As for the eighth prince, he coldly snorted. Why not? I am the Crown Prince. You. The Crown Prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The word Crown Prince was like a sharp sword that pierced his heart, driving him crazy. Although he was the Crown Prince and was the son of the Empress, he was still just a prince. And now, the eighth prince opposite him had obtained the position of Crown Prince. He was the future ruler of the Tai dynasty, and his status was higher than his. However, he could not accept it. A little prince that he had stepped on before was now stepping on his head. How could he accept it? However, the eighth prince sneered. Lin Xian is the genius that I invited, and now he has helped me obtain the position of Crown Prince. He is my benefactor. Whoever dares to slander him, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, the eighth prince's eyes were gloomy as he looked around. Immediately, many King Realm experts shut their mouths and did not even dare to look at him. It could not be helped. The eighth prince's status was different now. Now, the eighth prince had obtained the final victory. He had obtained the position of Crown Prince and was about to become the real Crown Prince. And in the future, he would be the ruler of the Tai dynasty. He was the ruler of the world. If they went against him now, they would be courting death. Therefore, many people were silent for a while. On the other hand, the Crown Prince's face was gloomy. The Empress was also gritting her teeth. She realized that the Golden Lion King might really die in there. To her, this was absolutely shocking news, because the Golden Lion King was the genius of the war tribe that she had invited. If he was really killed here, she would not be able to explain it to the war tribe. Therefore, in the next moment, she turned around and looked at the Emperor. The Emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. After all, the Golden Lion King's identity was very important. Therefore, he immediately sent a few elders into the space of the second stage. They were to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. As for you, the Emperor looked at Lin Xian. Stay in the palace for a few days. When the matter is clear, you can leave. All right, Hurry up and get to work." After saying that, the emperor waved his dragon robe and turned into a flash of light, disappearing from the palace. On the other side, the empress also snorted coldly. She rolled up her phoenix robe and left as well. The other elders of the royal family also gathered together to discuss how to enter the second stage and search. As for the remaining people, they left one after another. When the third prince passed by Lin Xian and the eighth prince, he snorted coldly. There was a trace of gloating in his eyes. The crown prince stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, the Golden Lion King is really dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to quell your anger." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was too lazy to reply. The eighth prince's face was gloomy. Then he said, "Brother Lin, stay here for now. When the matter is clear, everything will be fine." Next, the eighth prince arranged for Lin Xian to stay in the palace. The others did not leave either. They stayed in another place, in the palace of the eighth prince. Although the eighth prince had won and was about to become the crown prince, the atmosphere was very solemn. However, at that moment, these people's moods were somewhat heavy. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The Golden Lion King had actually disappeared. Chapter 2192. He didn't expect that the matter of the Golden Lion King would arouse suspicion so quickly. If those elders entered the space of the second stage, they would definitely be able to find clues. At that time, the news of the Golden Lion King's death would also spread. If that was the case, the forces led by the first prince would definitely not let him go. They might even capture him and send him to the war race for punishment. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat gloomy. Although he was powerful, he wasn't arrogant enough to cause trouble in the Tai dynasty's palace. There were a bunch of peerless almighties and even invincible kings. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fight against so many people. However, if he forced his way in now, he could leave with the Black Earth while no one was paying attention. But then he would lose the baptism of the dragon's aura. One had to know that the reason why Lin Xian helped the eighth prince obtain the position of crown prince was for the baptism of the dragon's aura. But fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. He brought the remaining half of the Golden Lion King's corpse into the Black Earth, and it was now in his hands. When those people entered, they could only find the remnant aura and couldn't find the corpse at all. In other words, they only suspected him at most, but there was no direct evidence. However, this didn't mean that these people wouldn't make a move on him. How to deal with the time difference was still a problem. At the very least, he had to be baptized by the dragon's aura before leaving. While Lin Xian was thinking about how to escape, on the other side, in the Empress Phoenix Palace, a group of strategists was also troubled. Among them, the first prince sat there with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the eighth prince would obtain the final victory. "Mother, what should we do?" The Empress' eyes flickered. She also didn't expect the final result. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome matter in front of her now. That was the disappearance of the Golden Lion King. How was she going to explain this to the war race? However, at this moment, a very tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing red battle armor stood up. He said, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This matter may not be a bad thing for us." What did he say? The Empress looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and frowned. This person was her younger brother. His strength was very strong. He was a peerless almighty. "That's right, uncle. The Golden Lion King's position in the war race is extremely high. That's right. Now that he's killed, the battle race's fury will definitely burn our side. Indeed, it will affect us. However, we are not the ones bearing the brunt of it. Don't forget that we were not the ones who killed the Golden Lion King." "You mean?" The Empress's eyes flickered while the burly middle-aged man sneered. "That's right, the eighth prince. Right now, the royal elders had already entered to search for the Golden Lion King. If they could find the corpse, that would be great. They could directly prove that it was the eighth prince's subordinate, Lin Xian, who killed the Golden Lion King. If they couldn't find the Golden Lion King's corpse, then it was fine because they couldn't find the Golden Lion King anywhere. This meant that the other party was undoubtedly killed. It was to the extent where even the corpse was destroyed. This would make the war race even more furious. Therefore, no matter what, the murderer was Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was the 8th prince's subordinate. We only need to sow discord and the war race's fury will burn Lin Xian's body. It might even affect the 8th prince. If we let the 8th prince fight against the war race sister, think about it. What kind of scene would that be? I even think that the 8th prince might not even be able to become the crown prince in the end. Don't forget, the war race is a legendary race. A prince who hasn't become the crown prince has completely offended such a race. How could our emperor let him become the crown prince? At that time, the 8th prince would be deposed. Then, the crown prince would naturally become the crown prince. Really? Hearing this, the empress was overjoyed. The crown prince was even more excited. That's great. As long as he could kill the 8th prince, he would definitely be able to become the crown prince. However, he soon frowned. Uncle, although this method sounds good, it's actually very difficult to execute. The 8th prince is not an idiot. He won't foolishly go against the war race. It doesn't matter. There are some things that he can avoid even if he doesn't want to. After all, this matter was related to him. As long as the war race's fury came, the 8th prince would have no choice but to resist. Leave this matter to me. All right, I'll leave it to you. The empress nodded. After all, the middle-aged man in front of her was her younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. She believed that he could definitely help them. It was late at night. The 8th prince hadn't slept yet. Lin Xian hadn't slept either. He came to the 8th prince's study and gently knocked on the door. Brother Lin, it's you. Seeing that it was Lin Xian, the 8th prince was a little surprised. He opened the door and let Lin Xian in. Then he said, it's so late. Why are you looking for me? Don't worry, Brother Lin. Although this matter is a little strange, I won't let those people hurt you without evidence. Lin Xian smiled. Then he asked, Crown Prince, I want to ask how long until the baptism of the dragon aura starts? 3 days. 3 days later, you will be baptized by the dragon aura. The 8th prince said. The 8th prince sighed. According to the previous rules, I will be baptized by the dragon aura in 3 days. Then, within a year, I will worship the heavens and become the crown prince. Although there are some accidents now, the process shouldn't change. Don't worry, Brother Lin. You are my great benefactor. Without you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince. 3 days. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It wasn't too late. However, he asked again, how long will it take for the royal elder to come back from the secondary space? It was hard to say. It depended on whether they found the Golden Lion King or found some key clues. Brother Lin, what happened to the Golden Lion King? Why did he disappear? The 8th prince was also very confused. Lin Xian looked at the 8th prince with flickering eyes. Then he raised his hand and a formation covered the entire study. Brother Lin, you. Seeing this scene, the 8th prince was shocked. However, he wasn't too worried. He realized that this was just a set of defensive needle techniques to prevent others from probing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have killed the Golden Lion King. What? Hearing this, the 8th prince trembled. His face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it at all. What did you say? You killed the Golden Lion King? Shocked, he was simply too shocked. That was the Golden Lion King. It was incomparably terrifying. Even they didn't dare to offend it. After all, the war tribe was very mysterious and the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he suffered any losses, the war tribe would probably go crazy. You didn't hear it wrong. I killed the Golden Lion King. There was no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this was the result. Chapter 2193. You didn't hear wrongly. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this is the result. Lin Xian said. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? The eighth prince's face was pale. Until now, he still hasn't recovered. I naturally thought of the consequences. However, I have a reason to kill him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Eighth prince, I don't want to drag you down with me. However, I hope you can help me. Speak. The eighth prince took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Xian said, I must participate in the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. If the first prince and the others obstruct me at that time, I hope you can help me fight against them. Don't worry. Once I get the aura of Dragon Aura, I will immediately leave the palace and announce it to the public. The Golden Lion King was called a war god by me. It has nothing to do with you. This way, it won't threaten your position as the crown prince. Brother Lin. Hearing this, the eighth prince was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to protect him. This was really out of his expectations. In the next moment, the eighth prince said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, what kind of person do you think I am? You helped me get the position of the crown prince. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I will definitely fight for you for the baptism of Dragon Aura in 3 days. Moreover, I will do my best to help you leave the palace safely. Although I can't fight against the war race directly, my status is different now. With my status as the crown prince, I can mobilize more resources to help you. At least, I can resist the first prince. Lin Xian and the eighth prince discussed for a while. Then they turned and left. After Lin Xian left, the eighth prince calmed down. After a while, he shouted coldly, Someone. Yes. A ghostly figure appeared in the air and appeared in the study. He half knelt on the ground and was very respectful. Didn't many elders come to visit these few days? Tell them that I will summon them tomorrow. Yes. The figure once again turned into green smoke and disappeared into the void of space. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. The war clan, the first prince, was truly a powerful force. It seems that I really need to contact a group of elders and princes. The next 2 days were very quiet. It was because everybody was waiting for the elders who had entered the secondary space to send back messages. However, for some reason, 2 days had passed and there was still no news. On the 3rd day, the entire palace began to bustle with activity. This was because today was the day that the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would begin. This was also the most exciting moment for all the powerful beings. The reason why they supported the princes at all costs, even putting their lives on the line, was for this final baptism of the Tao of Dragons. This was no ordinary Dragon Tao aura, but the Dragon Tao aura formed by the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. It contained incomparably mysterious and surging power. If they could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons, their strength and physique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. During this period of time, as he cultivated and absorbed all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. However, it would be very difficult for him to rise further. This was because many people had spent hundreds or even thousands of years without making a breakthrough. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the amount of energy required to do so was. However, today was an opportunity. If he could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons and absorb the powerful energy inside, his strength and cultivation would definitely rise to a whole new level. It was even possible for him to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough. On a square in the palace, there were runes engraved all over, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, many princes had gathered there, as well as many powerful beings, kings, and geniuses. This was the place where the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would take place. The first prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other princes were all there. The kings behind them were all very excited. Although they had failed, they could still receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. Of course, the only difference was the amount. The number of Tao of Dragons obtained by those who succeeded would definitely far exceed theirs. Moreover, the distribution of the Tao of Dragons was based on contribution. Whoever contributed the most in the battle for the position of crown prince would be able to claim the most Tao of Dragon Chi. Therefore, the group that received the most Tao of Dragons was naturally the kings around the eighth prince. Among the almighty kings around the eighth prince, the one who enjoyed the most was naturally Lin Xian. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's contribution was too great. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. Moreover, he had successfully eliminated the first prince, allowing the eighth prince to obtain the final victory. No one could compare to such a contribution. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to the Tao of Dragon Aura in the first place. However, when Lin Xian wanted to take the number 1 spot, the first prince stepped out. He snorted coldly. He was still a very important suspect and was not qualified to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. That's right, eighth prince. The others can, but not this kid. The third prince also stepped out to stop him. The other princes were silent at the side. They did not participate in the battle. Firstly, they did not dare to offend the eighth prince. Secondly, they did not dare to offend the first prince. Therefore, it was better for them to watch the battle between the two from the side. Not allowed? Why not? The eighth prince also snorted coldly. He had already guessed that these people would stop him. Now it seemed that he was right. He was the suspect of killing the Golden Lion King. Do you think he is qualified to enter? The third prince sneered. The eighth prince said in a deep voice, So what if he is a suspect? Is there a rule in the Tai dynasty that says that suspects are not allowed to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons? You are twisting words and forcing logic. The third prince snorted coldly. The eighth prince was also angry. Third prince, watch your attitude. I am now the future crown prince. Humph! Hearing this, the third prince was so angry that his face darkened. However, he did not dare to openly provoke him anymore. After all, his opponent's status was different now. He was no longer on the same level as him. Instead, he was above him. The third prince snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and retreated. The first prince stepped out and sneered. What? You think you can show off after winning the second round? Don't forget that you are only the future crown prince, not the real crown prince. What's there to be arrogant about? In the end, it's not certain whether you can become the crown prince or not. Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables?